happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes. He made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. Yes, a man will always admire.
It all comes down to this, the final day of the arena stage at the first North America Kings Arena. Yesterday, N19 punched their tickets to the Kings of the Hill as the challenger, doing so in an ever-dominating fashion. But will that momentum be enough? Today, they must face the tournament's dark horse, DJB Club, currently sitting comfortably in the runner-up spot, as well as the reigning powerhouse BYL that has dominated the standings since day one, already securing 2 weekly titles and a lion's share of the prize pool. With one final weekly prize on the line and regional glory within reach, which team will rise above the rest and claim their place to the top? Welcome to NAKA Season 1, Day 2 of Week 3, the last week of Arena Stage. I'm your caster Liz, and joining me is the ever-wonderful Private Dancer.
Thanks for that intro. You are ever wonderful yourself, Liz. We are at the last week of the arena stage here, waiting for this last day. The top 3 teams here in the NAKA tournament going to be clashing here in a few moments. We've seen as much of this go on yesterday, and it is all led to today.
Yeah, and once again, let's take a refresher at the tournament format. So far, we've had 3 weeks of arena stage. So you guys probably are already very familiar with how this arena stage has been going so far, right? First day of the week, we will have phase 1 and phase 2, best out of 3 and the round robin. And bringing us whoever wins that entire series brings us to today as the challenger facing up against the runner-up and the previous week's champion.
Yeah, and that brings us to what these teams are fighting for. Their cut of the pie, a giant prize pool totaling 6,000 USD, 62,500 tokens, courtesy of Honor of Kings, as we get into the first 3 weeks where we are at the end right now. That breaks down into $1,000 a week for the King of the Hill, that King of the Arena. Somebody here tonight will be walking away with that 1,000 tokens or $1,000 and 10,000 tokens. But it is the last point of this stage until we move on to the playoffs, where you'll see first place will be walking away with $2,000, 12,500 tokens. Second place will be walking away with $700, and third place walking away with $300.
Yeah, like Private has mentioned, this is the final week for the arena stage prize pool, which I personally think is a hefty win for whoever takes it home. BYL so far has done it in a dominating fashion in the past 2 weeks. Will they continue that? Today we'll have to find out. Now, looking at the standings right now from yesterday's matches, now we're bringing us here to today. N19 proceeded through all the series and bring us here. Unfortunately, yesterday, Stamina Esports was not able to join as they are representing North America in the KML. And that brings us to now, N19 finally making it to the challenger phase, and this is their chance to face up against DJB Club, who's claimed their spot in this bracket since the first week, and BYL, who has sat there as the top spot, and no one has defeated them so far.
Yeah, and that's what kind of brings this week into, this is where everybody's kind of paying attention. Will this be the day, the night that a team, N19 newcomers to the top 3, are going to be able to dethrone them? I know there's a lot of people, a lot of bated breath out there as we wait to find out who will be able to reign supreme. Let's take a look at that schedule.
Yeah. N19, they will have to climb their way to the top, right? First match of the day, first series, they will be facing up against DJB Club, and whoever wins that series will be facing up against BYL. Now, will this week we see something different from DJB versus BYL? We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forth when it comes to how well some of these teams do, who gets the upper hand. DJB Club, ever since kind of moving up there in the first week, have sat very comfortably, and especially when it comes to other teams like Stamina Esports or even Flash Smilodon, who have clashed against them. Nobody has seemed to be able to dethrone them. This might be the change to that.
Yeah, I mean, the past 2 weeks, we've seen Flash Smilodon versus DJB, but this week we'll see something different. Now, for all of you guys sitting at home, there's something different that we're bringing to you today as well. The first giveaway of this tournament. Now, on the screen, you will see a bunch of codes, right? This might be overwhelming, but make sure you take out your phone, and all of these codes will lead to one skin. Now, each code can only be redeemed once. So if you got fast hands, and good luck, you can redeem as many codes as you want, but you need to be the first to redeem that particular code, and you will have a chance to a permanent skin. So make sure you guys bring out your phones and make a wish and pray that the code that you select is the code that wins.
Yeah, absolutely right. You just gotta, if that first code doesn't work, move on to the next one, or maybe be a little slick and start at the end of that list to see if you can kind of go ahead and make it. Like we said, only one skin per code. So if the first one doesn't work, feel free to move on to the next one.
Yeah, there are 20 skins available, so maybe you guys will see the code in chat as well. Now, before we start the series today, we actually have a special interview with the head coach from Stamina Esports, whose team right now is in Asia representing the Americas. Welcome, Avinon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. First things first, how do we properly say your name?
Arvoinen.
Arvoinen. Okay, excellent. And of course, as Liz already got through, that you are the head coach for Stamina Esports. And you're going to be joining your team here very shortly.
Yeah, I'm gonna join them in like maybe one day because I'm close to travel right now. So they are already in Malaysia from yesterday.
Mm-hmm. So they're already in Malaysia right now preparing for the KML, right? So can you tell us a little bit more about their schedule? When are their matches going to happen? Which days should we look out for to watch them on stream?
About our next matches, we start to play them from March 12th. This week, Thursday. Unfortunately, these matches this week don't have a stream, you know. So the first match is against Virtus Pro. They are from Europe.
I see. Which matches will be streamed though?
Let me a minute. For next week, we are gonna have a streaming. I'm checking right now.
Well, I actually have.
We have a streaming. Next week we have a streaming. Our game against. Yeah, the thing is, we are playing right now. It's like round robin. After that, this week we have like the shuffle for next week, because next week match is gonna be streaming. But this week we play on Thursday against Virtus Pro. Friday we're gonna play against Team Max. I think they are from Cambodia. From Cambodia.
And I'm sure your team has, Stamina Esports have been doing a great job so far, and I'm sure that they've been practicing. How do you think, I want to say, some of these tournaments, like the NAKA or things over kind of the community tournaments, have been helping out to try to help teams get prepared?
Honestly, NAKA help us a lot, you know. But there is one thing important to say. We have one substitute right now, because one of the players can't travel to Malaysia because he have traveled by Doha. He can do that travel. So we right now put new player from Malaysia in our team. He's gonna play mid lane.
I see. Well, I think they are gonna do really well in the KML. For these players, they have the team that's currently in KML, right? They were the team that was in the NAKA tournament, right? How do you think the NAKA tournament so far? What is your impression of it? Did you like it? Did you find it helpful to prepare the team for Malaysia?
We are playing on a ski competitive from 2 years ago. This is the first time when we have like a community tournament with really good organization, with a bigger prize pool, strong teams. The thing is, in NAKA we have really strong teams to practice. So these 2 weeks we are training too hard to do our best in Malaysia.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how confident are you for KML? How confident is the team?
Right now we are really confident, because the new player, he coming from AG Global, so he has huge experience. So gonna be a really good player with us. So he have good macro, he have good micro. He right now he is like not really the captain, but he is like shot caller of some game plans. We are doing better. I'm confident we are going to do better than in the NAKA, because you know we are losing against some teams from NA. They are really good.
Yeah, I mean, we have very strong teams coming in the NAKA tournament as well. So hopefully we'll have more of these community tournaments, and it will help teams like Stamina Esports who are facing and representing the Americas in the international stage to prepare and continue to dominate. Now, thank you so much, Coach. Best of luck to your team at the KML. And everyone out there, make sure you watch the tournaments next week, March 13 and 14, I believe. They will be playing up against Nongshim Esports, which will be streamed. A very strong team from South Korea. So everyone support Stamina Esports, and best of luck to you, Coach.
Thank you. Have a good day, and thank you for the invitation.
Well, That must be
Uh,
very exciting, Private. Preparing to head to the international stage once again and representing your entire region.
Yeah, and especially with trying to put a new player in there, but they seem very confident about his knowledge of what he's spreading to the team. But just a little bit of a repeat there in case you guys don't know, you can catch them. They will be playing the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. First, the 12th against Virtus Pro from Europe, and 13th and the 14th are matches that will be streamed online. The 13th, they'll be going up against Team Max. The 14th, they'll be going up against Vicious Esports. Those will all be online. And then on 15th, the round robin that will not be online will be against Nungshim Esports. So make sure to catch them, support them from the region, boys, and yeah, good luck to them.
Yeah, best of luck to them. Now bringing us back to the NAKA tournament today. Let's take a look at the teams who will be facing up against each other. First team, N19. We've talked about them yesterday. We spoke to B-tier mid who will be playing Clash Lane. He's very confident and hopefully his skill and determination and practice will show today. For the jungle, it'll be Fred. For the mid lane, it'll be Sui. For the roam, it'll be Ayaka. And for the gold lane, it'll be Kevin. And Pigwin maybe will fill the spot. Because yesterday, he was actually the mage. So farm lane, Kevin and Pigwin as the support, as the bench warmer, but could be the mid lane.
Yes, and across the line from them, looking to continue with their dominating ways, is DJB Club. Banoon will be in the Clash lane. The jungler role will be brought up by Zero. The mid lane will be brought up by Eternal. Roam position by God, and the farm lane brought up by Immortal. And on the bench, Blankman there for the assist in case they need someone to sub out.
Yeah, these names we have been repeated throughout this tournament, and that fact itself shows that these players have been very dominating. So we got to see them a lot throughout the NAKA Season 1, and today we'll see them walk ourselves into the first draft and see what they have in store for us in this best out of 5.
Yeah, and we talked a little, you hinted at it. We talked a little bit yesterday to B-tier mid. He expressed where they thought some of their shortcomings were before when they reached this level of competition in the NAKA. They said the draft. This is something that they've been working on, they've been discussing, and they're hopeful that they might have an answer here for DJB when it comes to it. We talked yesterday, we saw what it's not only the draft as well, it's all those little mistakes, those little keeping things tight when it comes to making sure you're not smiting the buff too early or taking it into bushes, or making sure that timing is correct so that you understand when your lane is going to be crashing or when the mid lane will be clear and to expect an attack. All these things kind of come together, especially when you reach this top seat of competition for Honor of Kings, that you need to be mindful, because every little mistake you make could cost your team a huge amount of momentum.
And the draft itself already is what is what N19 really talked about yesterday. And looking at what they have in store for us, they banned the jump fade. They know that is one of the strongest support roles that DJB has been pulling out and has such success with. So immediately that's banned, and they took out the Arudel and the Mai Shirnui. Very dominating early game and a lot of macro. Arudel has had a very successful run throughout this tournament, almost a perfect win rate on this hero. So that already says that they're prepared for this match.
Yeah, very interesting kinds of first 3 picks here. I like the early game that's coming from both of them, especially when you're talking about an Ogren or a Haya on the side of DJB Club, and then the Mai Shiranui and the Aguda on the side of N19. Even the Lapu has a very great early game. I feel like he's very powerful almost in all points of the game, though. But there's different little actions that kind of come in here with these mids. When you're on a Haya, Eternal's going to have to be very careful about as soon as that ultimate comes online, you need to be actuating it. You need to be catching people, maybe even get the Maya if you can to start bringing those numbers down to get those kills in. When it comes to the side of N19, you're going to have that Lapu in the center. You're going to have that Aguda who's going to be able to get underneath the towers, and you're going to have to watch out with the CC with kind of gathering up in the middle, because you're going to have a Mai Shiranui. He can get in there. Pigwin has shown so much great confidence and great skill level in that mid position to really be able to close the distance, find those pop-ups, and find the secure for a lot of kills.
I mean, yesterday, the only time that we've seen the Arudo really not being able to do much presence throughout the map was the last game that N19 actually dominated yesterday. So everything else, I would say Arudo is so mobile all across the map, so effective ever since the early game. Like once you get your first rotation of buffs, even maybe before that, she can do so much presence. So definitely something to look out for. I do like the Flowborn Marksman on the side of N19. They are missing some late game damage, and Flowborn Marksman comes online really quickly after having a few items. And as long as you're able to cast your ultimate and get the reach, get in reach of the enemies, you can do so much damage towards late game. Is one of the strongest marksmen in the late game, so I really like that pick. On the side of DJB, it does seem like the Chicha will be going into the farm lane up against the Flowborn Marksman. So we'll have to see how that plays out. I would say late game, definitely Flowborn Marksman is might be the superior damage dealer.
I guess it just depends on where you are positioning with that. I do like the pickup of the Flowborn Marksman in there, just because in the early game, you're going to be able to zone out the Chicha and hopefully kind of keep that type of confidence throughout that lane, keep her back, and keep her to a point where she needs to farm more and she comes online a little bit later. The longer or the shorter it takes for her to come online, that's going to be really rough because you've got a very big composition that likes to fight in the center. Both very, very tanky compositions, and I want to say Chicha really kind of wins out when it comes to suppressive fire.
Yeah, Chicha is a really flexible pick, right? He is really good on both sides. So we'll have to see how they play out as we take ourselves into the first game of the best out of 5 series between N19 and DJB Club.
Yeah, another thing too, I'm going to kind of look forward. Look at him already smartly almost taking it into the bush. He already has been scouted out by God, who knows where he is. So he's going to be feeding that information to his team. But one thing to always keep note of here too, Eternal on the Haya. I feel like this is going to be a pick that melds well with anti-heal, with that venomous staff. Already a first blood. I don't even know where that came from. Looks like it was Immortal on. So we were talking about the Chicha matchup here. But with the combination of a NAKA down there, traded up again, 2 kills for N19 right now. DJB Club have to be reeling. A great start for N19, who said they made those fixes to their draft and are showing great success here now early.
Yeah, and it's surprising because the marksman, the matchup that we saw so far, like it was a 2 versus 1, but the side of N19 actually had to react to their jungle being invaded. So it was actually a great play coming in from N19. A good 2-0 matchup in the early game. A lot of aggression shown early. 1K gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the start that you want to have. Great rotations from a NAKA to get to the bottom, find that first kill, and then another surprise kill for the side of N19 right now. I mean, you have to see, as long as you're kind of keeping safe your distance, you understand where people are, where you don't see them. They're not getting too surprised here by God hiding in that bush there, and just doing a good job keeping that distance right now. Like you said, 0-2, but those early kills, they mean less and less as you move on further into the game if you're not able to transition those into pushes, into towers, or into getting some of these objectives like the Tyrant or the Overlord, which, like I said, those aren't even up for about 2 more minutes yet.
Yeah, that is the problem, right? With the early game, if you decide to invade like the Liempo, you're leaving your marksman just on its own up against 2 players. And I mean, with Chicha, he's actually really flexible and just being a one versus one, right? Winning in the laning phase, but he is up against 2 people and with a Flowborn marksman who has so much more range than him.
Yeah, and nice little engagement pop up, but not going to be able to catch much here as God tanks most of that front line damage. But I brought this up before, the mages, when it comes down to this anti-heal, I want to say that the Haya that Eternal has picked does a good job melding with a venomous staff, whereas Pigwin, who's going to be on the Maishira Nui, you're going to want that burst staff, you're going to want that insatiable tome to actually really do a bit of damage. And venomous staff, it's a good item for any mage, but with the kit that you get with Shiranui that it doesn't really help in the application of it, because you're always trying to poke from behind. You get one or two members there. When you do go in, when you do want those applications, you're really putting yourself at risk, where Haya can really sit at a distance and apply that to a lot of the enemy team here. Both teams kind of bouncing back and forth here, not trying to make a mistake as they cross through the rivers.
I mean, 3 enemies missing, so I think Chicha here knows that they're camping him in the bush, right? I definitely do agree with you on the side of DJB Club. They are very dominating, especially in the early game. Like, they have the tanky front line, and we don't have a Lady Zhen to melt something like the odd one, right? And Chicha comes online pretty early, so they do have an early game. They should have an early game advantage and are very sustainable. And if you just have something like the Mai, without the Venomous Staff, once these heroes become more tanky, it'll be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and just like that, there wasn't even a fight really there. DJB Club, they understand we're not going to be able to win this. They have the advantage. Let's just cool down, keep on farming. As we move, I want to say a little bit later into the game, maybe we start getting the advantage here. Not just that, but DJB Club doing a great job. Banoon pushing up the top lane when he sees that the entire team has gathered for that Tyrant buff there as well. So a good job for DJB to read the map, understand where the team is on there, and understand what they can do to get the advantage once they have that information.
Yeah, I mean, they know that it made some mistakes in the early game, giving 2 kills away, but they're not going to make the same mistake again. And a little bit of knockup right here, Private.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and get into a little bit of an engagement here. Coming in is Ferd on that Aguda, putting on the damage. God hiding in the bush. We do have ourselves a little bit of a fight here. That will not last. They're going to pour on the damage to Eternal, who could not finish the job in their own domain. And that is unfortunate for DJB. 5 kills to none right now for N19.
Wow, the amount of just a pure in pure aggression coming in from the Agudo pick, right? Just diving the tower, and there goes that tower, the bottom tower, just taken down within a heartbeat.
Yeah, and that's along with 3 kills out of nowhere. Just a bit of pressure coming from N19. Now, gonna have to dash over that wall is B tier mid. But as we continue going, as we continue pressing on forward with these lanes, they're going to have to kind of come up. We need to keep on with this pressure, keep on getting towers. We can't just let these kills go on by themselves. Otherwise, you're going to get to a point here where Immortal starts to come online, where God and Banoon start to come online, and they're going to be able to close the distance on that back line. Your front line is going to get tankier to the point where you're not going to be able to get these immediate kills. So N19 have to be very careful, because the later and later this game goes, the more in favor of DJB Club it goes.
I would say if some fights happening in the mid lane, they're really trying to shred this tower down. The macro game coming in from N19, they don't want to give that opportunity for the side of DJB Club to even get a little bit tanky. Oh, Charlotte just taken down like that, Private.
Yeah, God came in with his ultimate, tried to tank a little bit of damage, trying to hope that they would not be able to take this tower. I mean, they saved the tower, but it did cost them 3 members. But Noon came in there too, hoping that his flexibility, his mobility would be able to keep him out of harm's way from the back end. Ooh, you can see a big pump up there, but it is not able to well, it is able to reset the offense here, but it's not able to kind of get any kills in their favor. Right now, DJB on the back foot. They're just trying to minimize the effect of this early game right now. They're taking deaths. 1 tower is down right now. So I want to say they're not doing bad, and they're only 2K behind right now at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, but we know that 19 is determined to take down that mid tower. Like B tier mid has talked about yesterday, it's very, very important for the mid lane to provide the vision, right? And the mid tower is the most important tower to really open up the map. So with just a sliver of health left, it is putting a DJB Club into the back foot at another 25 seconds before the spawn of the next Tyrant. Another tower taken down. That's what happens when you have something like the Agudo that is so incredible in taking down the towers.
Ooh, actually might have the Ogren there. Zero well on his way to the back foot there, had to run and is getting taken down. We saw the items there for a second, and it's actually reverse of what I had predicted. The Haya actually got the Twilight Stream, so they have the burst damage, while Pigwin actually went the slower route and got the Venomous Staff. So Pigwin actually has the anti-heal for his team, which means they're actually doing a lot better, I want to say, in terms of being able to slow down what DJB can do at this point, because you're not getting the healing from the Ogren, the value that you want from it, the same thing from Gods. So I mean, a great job by them when it comes to itemization. But like I said, as we get later and later, we have to keep on continuing with this macro push. So far, a great job, especially through mid lane. You've already taken down the tier 2 tower, and you have some of the side lane pressure there as well. You just need to kind of keep up the pressure, keep this going, so that you don't let them get to those power spikes.
Yeah, I mean, as we speak, right, just now, the Tyrant was solo taken down by the Chicha. That's what's so great about this hero. He's able to just kind of split push on his own, as well as a pretty mobile fighter marksman. So definitely something to be prepared for. But I think late game, N19 does have that late game insurance coming in from the Flowborn, right? But Charlotte is able to dive into the backline. So Flowborn really need to be paying attention to his positioning.
Oh, and another tremor coming out from God gets him caught. He's not even allowed to escape. Oh, coming in from the back end. We do see some fighting potential coming in, but Noon goes in, dives in with a dash, while Immortal providing the suppressive fire on that Chicha. They find themselves a kill, but immediately it does not slow down N19. They immediately turn their attention to the Tyrant to get that little bit of an advantage.
You know what I find incredible? Right now we are sitting at the 10-minute mark, right? But still only a 4K gold difference between the two teams, despite a 1 to 10 kill difference. So definitely DJB Club is responding. They're finding their farm in one way or another, despite being set back in the early game.
Well, it speaks on one side. It kind of speaks to DJB's farming ability. You have no kills, but you're trying to keep that gap of gold very slim, so there's not too big of a lead. But also, when you kill the enemy so many times, they're really not worth as much. But that's why I say, like, it comes down to, are they dead? Can we invade their jungle? Can we start itemizing there? I do see a Venomous Staff now has been picked up by Eternal, so they are going to have a little bit of that anti-heal to start up. It's just, do they have the burst damage now to really really take down a Yaka on this Lapu, to really take down B tier mid on this Baichi? So we'll start seeing as that comes along.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because the Mai does fall off throughout the late game, and being so a targeted hero, the side of DJB Club is just too tanky, right, as you mentioned. But now they're already pushing into the inhibitor towers, looking for engagement. They're just focusing on the towers and getting any kills as it comes to it.
Yeah, DJB Club do still have like some signs of life there. You can see Immortal doing a great job trying to split push, trying to create pressure on the opposite side of the map. So when the rest of the N19 are deathballing in this really tight group of 5, they can try to get some pressure in some of these side lanes, and they're doing a good job of it. You see now they actually have to answer that as Pigwin goes down to the bottom lane. So far, 1 to 10, they do have the threat of the Shadow Overlord that can come into any of these lanes. They just haven't selected it just yet.
Yeah, and a 6k gold gap in favor of N19, right? But the split push, as you mentioned, is all that you can really do at this point of the game. If you're able to kind of split push, at least putting some pressure and getting any advantage that you can, it's very important, because getting pushed into your base, Chicha still is pushing up in the top lane and trying to rotate as much as possible before he has to go back and help his team out and defend the base.
I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite strategies to see or to even do when you see a team that is kind of like grouping up like this. You go to one lane, you push it as hard as you can. They try to answer it. By the time they try to answer it, you're on the other lane already trying to push that one in here. But you can already see the firepower mixed in with an Agudo. You can just throw Agudo at the enemy team and they just have to focus on it while you're able to tear down the tower. And there is not much that DJB can do against it. They have one high ground left, a Overlord looming at the top lane as they go ahead and clear through DJB's jungle.
Yeah, all N19 really need to do is kind of for the Flowborn Marksman to watch his positioning. He will be the opening if DJB Club wants to find and be able to secure a team fight, because they are very tanky indeed, but they kind of lack more of a damage dealer. But the Charlotte does provide that, potentially that opening. So for Kevin, he needs to pay attention of his position, and for DJB Club, they need to find and they need to make that opening happen in order to win a successful team fight and be able to turn the game around.
Yeah, and I want to say most of these fights actually start happening. The real possibilities start happening when they are defending or pushing on base. And 19B need to be able to get some people down here. They do find a kill onto Zero, gets taken out. Next one is Immortal. Got a little bit too close. B-tier mid, able to pull him in. 3 members left for DJB. We might be looking at a little bit of an upset here. N19, their first time here, up to the top 3 of the NAKA tournament, looking to set a standard for DJB here. 1 to 12. We're at the 14-minute mark as they rush down, take down the last high ground tower. Down goes God. Only 2 more members left. We do have Eternal. Aren't going to be able to do much into there. And a surprise victory. N19 over DJB.
I mean, what a wonderful game. A head start for N19. I mean, they already improved so much from the first week. We've seen them match up against DJB Club in the first week, right? But some of the games, they had the lead, but they threw it all away. And this game, they've shown us that they're not a team anymore to gain that lead and throw it away just like that.
Yeah, I mean, a great game played by them whether it came to the draft, and a very solid draft when it came to a very strong front line, a very great early game presence, and not just the early game presence, but a strategy that DJB Club was not prepared for. A very strong front line that was able to dive underneath these towers. They did not waste a single kill. It was a high kill game, but they made sure that they were getting underneath these towers, taking them down. It's not the fastest game we've seen. We've probably been spoiled a bit. I want to say the last 2 weeks when it comes to fast games, but this was still very methodical, very organized, very safe in what they needed to be doing, and they were focused. So great job here by N19.
I mean, absolutely. They were able to turn each kill, each lead into a decisive victory. And that's a nail into the coffin. The first game for DJB Club, not something that they've expected so far, right? DJB Club in the past week, when they're facing up the Flash Slider, then they were winning in the first game. Now, this is the standard ban pick. So some of these heroes that have seen success in N19's hands might not be available in the next game anymore. So I have to see what they have an answer for. But definitely from that interview yesterday, B-tier mid talking about the draft being a key deciding factor for their team's performance. And now we see in this game, really their draft was on point.
Yeah, draft was solid, and their micro and macro was incredible too as well. Even right from the get-go, we talked about the offensive ability in that marksman lane, that it was already going to be kind of rough for Achicha going up against a marksman. They were going to be getting outdistanced, but you add that to the early rotations from Ayaka on that Lapu to get down to the bottom lane, and you already had a marksman that was going to be suffering. Not just that, but they built they put them in an advantage. They were able to build a lot of that anti-heal first. You had the Venomous Staff and I want to say the Blazing Cape on the Baichi there before the first anti-heal item even came online for the side of DJB Club. So they just understood what they needed to do and were able to execute it a lot faster to the point that there just was no coming back. I talked about, like, there's certain points that once you get into there, once you start attacking the base, at some points you can kind of get it turned around menu. They just never allowed any breathing room for DJB Club at all.
Yeah, and that is a big difference than what we've seen in the first week. So definitely N19 continued their aggression and their determination and made a successful case for themselves with this first victory in the best out of 5 series. So very excited to see what both teams have in store for us, because we know DJB Club is a team that will have the answers. They might be set back in one game, but they're a powerhouse in this tournament so far. So we also know Zero has a lot of options for the jungle. I think he wasn't as effective as an odd one in the previous game. I think their draft was missing something, especially missing a damage dealer. I think Chicha, in my personal opinion, it works better as a clash laner instead of up against something like the Flowborn Marksman. So we'll have to see this game what both teams are cooking for us. Draft is ready, guys.
I think sometimes we get a little too focused on the flexibility of a composition rather than if it actually works. Like they had the Chicha, and I'm assuming it was the first pick for DJB, and they had the Chicha out there. And I think the thought was, moo-ha-ha, it's going to be a flex pick, and we're going to put it into Marksman lane. But when the picks came out, it's like, maybe we go ahead and just leave it where it is expected. Keep it in the clash lane instead of putting it into the farm lane, where it did have a few of the issues there. Sometimes, like, I mean, I do love to see flexibility when it comes to picks. Like, oh man, you got this pick out there, but where's it going to be going? Is it going to be jungle? Is it going to be clash lane? Is it going to be farm lane? But sometimes that just doesn't pay off, especially if the enemy just has such strong picks out there to start off with. As we go ahead, getting into the banning phase for both of these teams, I'm just going to be excited to see where they go from here. You brought up a little bit of a point that Zero does have a very wide pool of junglers to choose from. And I almost feel like sometimes if you've got junglers that can play those assassins, that can play those Zings, that can play those Pays, it almost seems wasted to see them on an Ogren or like one of those just kind of like button, dare I say, button mashing type of heroes that can just frontline, and when you know what type of skill level they have. But against a composition like that they had from N19, I feel like an assassin almost might have done a little bit worse, because you've got this very tanky front line that can invade, that can come into the front and really upset what you're going to try to do as an assassin and really kind of hold you back. We'll see if maybe they change it up, if they maybe go for a little tankier of an outside line and surround that by a good solid assassin jungler.
And there goes Zero trying to flex his pool of assassins as we speak. Now, I do feel like last game they already had a very tanky support. So when you have a tank support, you are so open to having a assassin jungler. When you have a more of a support, then is when you kind of decide to have more of a front line. So they already had the front line last game. I think it would have been better if they paired it up with something that provided more damage and just play potential from the team. But this game, they are reacting differently, right? Jiangfei is not going to see the dim of light in this tournament. Both sides are going to ban it out indeed. Long gets picked out. Aruro, as she should, is sitting in the ban list, proud and just chilling there. I don't think we'll see her in this series anymore, at least in my predictions. Both sides right now have very strong play potential. They have the Long on the side of GB Club. They have the Arlie for Kevin in Kevin's hand, and Arlie is really good against Long because she can block out the skills from Long with her immunity. So she is a good pair up, but I do think Long towards the late game has a lot more damage and is just a bit easier to control than in Arlie. But we know any team that walks inside of the NAKA tournament is very comfortable with playing in Arlie, so they have the skill they need to do that.
Well, for me, what I like to see, especially when it comes with an Arlie and a Lapu, is you have those late game, I want to say fear, that late game threat to your back line. We've seen a lot of compositions where we're at the 10, 15 minute mark and you're like, who is going to be able to get to this back line? Unfortunately, you don't have anything, and there's nothing that's gonna be able to dive or get into a position. Arlie's got some great mobility. Lapu has some great abilities to close the distance. Same thing here with a Mai Shiranui. So we've got a decent composition here that I think N19 are starting to stick with. They like the way this is, and I think they're kind of looking to go with sort of the same type of execution, I don't think you're going to be able to find somebody else that's able to dive underneath a tower like an Agudo does. So I'm wondering if we are going to be going with like a tanky front line here, or maybe there's just something else that we have in mind as we go on the last of these banning phase. Ooh, I see that Jing was taken off the board by N19 as well as Haya.
I mean, Zero has been a menace on the Jing, right? If there's one assassin you have to be scared of coming in from Zero, that will be the Jin. So a right choice taking that off the map. On the side of N19, they have more of an early game battle mage like the Mai Shionoi. They have a late game insurance like the Arlie now, and they have the tank already available for them. So I think for this jungler pick, they have a lot of options still open. They could go the pay to match up against the early game aggression like that might brings in, but they can also potentially pick something like the Youngjin. I'm not sure how well it works out here. They have a lot of tankiness already coming in from the team, but Dharma is actually still open private.
Yeah, he's open, and I like the tankiness that kind of comes out from here. I'm a little scared for an assassin pickup. We've seen what this does already when you have a Zhao Chao on the enemy team. You've just got this huge, wide berth of an area with that meteor shower that she can affect, and it doesn't matter how mobile you are, being able to get in and get out, but you're just getting rained down damage onto you at every step. It's going to be a big hurdle for Ferd on this pay to be able to kind of cross. However, you've got a great initiation. You've got several great initiations on this team. It's just, I want to say, as you get later, I feel like the damage really relies. You pay, first of all, let's say that there's just a lot of boxes on N19 that need to be checked for this to be successful. Pei needs to have an incredible game going into the mid to late game so that he can be a threat and be damaged. Arlie is going to be basically your only damage dealer going into the late game because your Mai Shiranui is going to start falling off. So you've got two great setters, two big tanks there. But like I said, there's a lot that needs to go correctly for it to be successful.
Yeah, but we've seen how successful the Mai paired up with the Pei can be in their game if you're able to find that opening and be able to snowball the Pei as quickly as possible. And once that happens, it will carry the team towards the late game and allow the Arlie to farm, right? So we'll have to see if they're able to find that early game opening. On the side of Zero, his hand, he has the Dun. Not something that we expected to see as much from him as in such a good assassin player, but we'll have to see how he actually pulls it out and how his team kind of pairs up against and with that pick, right? I do like the long pick towards the late game. They have the late game potential as well. So this lineup I'm expecting to be a lot more balanced, and for something like the Xiao Chao, so she has a lot of damage, especially towards the late game, and she's not too afraid of the dives as much with her AoE on her ultimate. So I do think the Xiao Chao can also be a late game insurance on the side of DJB Club. The damage, the burst potential coming in from that hero.
Yeah, we saw the Dun pickup late there. I'm assuming that went into the jungle. I'm a little dubious of Duns without the Dolia, that DD combo when it comes to a jungle. But we're gonna see if it pays off as we go into game 2. I know N19 is licking their lips, and DJB Club wants to kind of dust off their shoulders so that they can kind of shake off that first defeat and find themselves a victory here in game 2.
Yeah, shaking off their feet. Both teams decided to start off with the blue buff and then rotating ahead as so.
Yeah, and you can already see Pei going ahead, invading, and joined by 3 members. And this is what I like to see. This is what I've always talked about when it comes to having a Pei pick on your team. Make sure that your team is just helping out that Pei pick as well. Big pop-up comes, but they're not going to be able to take down Banoon. They just want to be able to clear out this jungle. Make use of that Pei pick. Make sure that you're always getting the minions that you need, that you're always staying ahead, so that at that 8-minute mark, at that 10-minute mark, you are strong. Yeah, you can see them coming in now. There are 3 members going in, taking the pig minions down from the side of N19. So they're able to answer back, trying to get a little bit more even on their side.
Yeah, I thought that Jun would actually be going with his team to counter invade the jungle of Pei, but the key difference, I mean, one of the advantages of having a Pei and why he's good in the early game is how fast he's able to clear out the jungle, and that kind of allows him to have that invade, right? Now, guys, for everyone who's watching and tuning in, we have a giveaway for you guys ready. The giveaway will be shown actually on the screen. If you see it, this will be a universal giveaway code. So it will be for 100 dragon crystals. So anyone can redeem this code once. Now, guys, make sure you pull out your phones and type that code in for your chance to 100 dragon crystal. This is a much easier code to type in than what we've seen on stream so far, Private.
Yeah, not that big gold rush of codes you saw earlier here. Anybody can type this in, get yourself a shot at 100 dragon crystals. So good luck to you all on that as we return back to this game. Still trying to put on the pressure. Yeah, you were talking about especially the difference between a Dune, between a Pei, even with something as simple as farming in your jungle. The Pei just mounds ahead with how fast he can clear, how fast he can get around. I almost like it. For me, I'm almost like, where did the Dun pick come from? Why would you pair something like that up? Because he's going to be very far behind unless we're just really we're just waiting for Dun to kind of get into that tanky mode and really leaning on the rest of these picks. You're going to have a little bit of CC there with Zero on the Dune, with God on the Lian Po, but you're going to have a great bit of AoE and suppressive fire coming from Eternal on the Zhao Chao with that meteor shower. Banu on the Chicha will be able to kind of get a lot from the back line. Big pop-ups come on there, but N19 see it coming, get back to the safety of their tower. Pigwin still underneath the tower. Big pop-up and the push comes out. Combination, but a flash coming out from God. No worse for wear as they read that well. Maybe not getting the targets they wanted was N19. Ooh, we were talking about that damage from the meteor shower.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about the Dun is Dun pairs pretty well with the Lon. It's a standard combo, the two guys together. And with the comp that they have, right, they have the Xiao Chao that needs some items to really be a powerhouse, a powerful presence on the map. And they need the Long, who also needs a few items. So having a more tankier jungler pairs pretty well with the late game cores that you have in the mid lane and the farm lane, but can they get to that point of the game? We'll have to find out.
Oh, it does look like Dune was able to go ahead pick up that Tyrant. And the only thing for me is that even with the type of damage that you have on the side of N19, once this tanky composition comes online, Kevin actually got taken out at the bottom lane. That's going to be a first blood for DJB. But as I was saying, like as this thick and tanky composition starts coming online, bounced back and forth, down goes Banoon on that Chicha. What an unfortunate position to ult from in there. Gets bounced up and taken out very quickly. Ayaka having to run for the safety of the tower as DJB go ahead and start pushing through their jungle. I don't know at the power spikes that N19 will have the firepower to take down Zero, Dune or Lian Po once we kind of get to that option. I'm really looking for N19 to kind of carry this momentum and keep it in their favor, because I feel like at an even match, you're going to have trouble with the firepower breaking through this front line of DJB.
I mean, absolutely, especially towards the late game, DJB will have the late game carries like the Xiao Chao and the Long that does so much damage, right? And Pei is something that you need to come online fast. He's really strong in the early to mid game, but towards the very late game, you're pushing that to almost a 20-minute mark, you are going to fall off. And the Mai is definitely going to fall off. And early, she's just not as strong for a late game boss. And that's a good camp coming in right there.
Yeah, and a little bit of a lackadaisical rotation coming out from DJB right through the river, and you have Immortal in front of your roam to check that bush. They read that perfectly. Pigwin sent out a fan, big pop-up, and a huge amount of CC went onto Immortal. He couldn't even take a breath before he was taken out. And this is those little mistakes we talk about from when it comes to being at this level. Immortal should have been a few steps behind God at the very least to allow that, so that N19 would have to kind of push a little bit more forward, and that would give God a good opportunity to be able to peel for his teammate. Unfortunately, there you saw an example as to why it's a bad idea having your squishies face check some of those bushes. Advantage goes to N19 here, but I want to say macro, DJB doing a good job keeping the pressure on a lot of these lanes.
I mean, absolutely right. As a squishy hero, especially a carry hero, you do not want to be face checking these bushes, right? You want to have your tank, especially if you're walking in and strolling along with your tank, you want them to go in first. And these are the small mistakes, as we mentioned, that could be very costly towards the late game. So a good catch from N19, a good camp coming their way. But as you mentioned, the gold difference is not huge. It's only 1,000 gold difference, and it's not much different on the kill component as well. So pretty even game so far.
Yeah, even right now as we go ahead looking at some of the items, no big changes so far. We do have the Venomous Staff has already been picked up by Pigwin, and on the side of the Zhao Chao and Eternal, actually, and looking in the map, we do have a big pop up there. Has to use the flash. Down goes the Mage. Eternal is down, but they're still trying to put on the pressure. Zero in trouble underneath the tower. He's a tinky boy on that, but a big flash with the pop up isn't going to be enough. They find the kill onto Zero and a mid tower as well. Great rotation of the tower aggro coming from N19.
And a beautiful set coming in from Ayaka, right? That is what we're talking about. When you have these tanky playmaking tanks, you want to utilize it to your max, and that is exactly what they did. So we saw just now on the gold chart, Ferd actually getting his farm, getting where he wants to be, but still a little bit behind. You want to kind of move towards that 8k gold as a pay early, as soon as possible, but he is the richest man in this entire jungle.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just the value you get because of how fast and how quickly he can rotate around there. We do see that the Scorching, we do have the anti-heal picked up by B-tier mid as well. So the Dharma's going to have a little bit of anti-heal to get in here and get a lot of these sets as well. Great answer from DJB. As they see the Tyrant being taken, they're going to go ahead and answer with having the Overlord taken down as well. But here is where it really starts to come in mind. Are we going to be able to get the advantage? They have the pressure, they have the strength and in numbers and power. So now you need to start enforcing your will, making sure to push out the enemy from their jungle. They don't have a mid tower, which is really what opens up the jungle for the side of N19, so that they can get in there. And there's just the side of DJB, they just don't have a lot of space to turn around and be safe at. And they're doing a good job right now. N19 4-1. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting N19 to do as well as they did with the history that they've had so far, but it definitely looks like they did exactly what they said. They saw the weaknesses and they adapted and they overcame, and that's what you really want to see from a team at this level, to find where you're weakest at and be able to talk it over and clean that up to this absolute domination, I dare say, of DJB, who've held our top 2 spots here for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just trading objectives now. Can DJB take this Overlord for free? We'll have to find out. Actually, K secures it.
Yeah, Ferd goes in there, sneaks in, finds the kill, but are they going to be able to maintain fighting back and forth with a DJB club? It does look like Banoon is able to find a kill, quickly answered back by Kevin. The rest of DJB running for the hills, trying to get away. A great answer from N19, who's able to steal away that Shadow Overlord, increasing the momentum and increasing that distance of that gold lead that they have to 3K.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having a Dharma, that's why he's banned so often, right? He has that set potential. He has that one-move combo that can knock out the entire team as long as you know how to position him right. And even though B-Tier sacrificed his life for it, he was able to make that opening for the team. And now another skirmish happening, Private.
Yeah, oh, and they really turned on the power there. That had that meteor shower come out, and unfortunate Pigwin got caught on the back end. No amount of dashing was going to be able to get him out of that, and he gets taken down. On the other end, though, they do find themselves another tower. I want to say, like, when we saw the items there, we had a lot of blazing capes out there, 2 blazing capes out there, as well as the venomous staff. Not just that, but you have a composition on your side with a lot of CC. So heroes like the Dune, where their healing comes from their auto attack. So if you CC him down, you're taking away a big part of what he uses to regen, what he uses to stay in those fights. So it's going to be very hard for them to be able to kind of turn this around. You can see the Overlords doing some business up on the DJB towers.
Yeah, they're on to business. And if you see the Arlie, he was just walking around the map, shopping across all the jungles with 2 buffs in hand and nothing to really get to the backline and get to that Arlie, Private.
Oh man, and they make mincemeat of that tower there. The Leon Poe actually almost got in trouble there. Oh, Ferd in a little bit of trouble. He has that pay. Has to go back to the back line there. Oh, Dune able to get away 0, thanking his lucky stars, able to find and escape, and N19 have to leave empty-handed. But I mean, they still have the momentum. They're going to go ahead and clear out the bottom side of the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, walking away with a sliver of health, right? No kills in that team fight just now, but you already see the aggression pushing all the way to the enemy base and sitting at a decisive 5k gold lead at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, 5-3 right now. Not as dominating as we saw before, but I want to say the gold lead starting to tell about the same story, starting to inch its way out there. Ayaka just tries to meander past the side of DJB there. Like, I'm just going to squeeze through here for a little bit, draws out a couple of abilities. But I mean, that's kind of what you're doing as a roam. You want to draw out as many abilities as possible for the enemy team so that you have a nice little clean opening there. Big pop-up coming up onto Kevin, gets caught there. Oh, Ferd jumps a little forward there. They're going to go ahead, lock onto God. Is he going to be able to find himself an escape, able to create some type of distance, but that opens it up. Down goes 0, and the rest of the team disengages after they take down the enemy jungler.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much CC on their side, right, at 19. As long as they find these opportunities to find these big multi-man engages, and with that cloak in their pockets, they're able to continue that momentum and make the win condition sting, right? So right now they're sitting still at a very sizable gold lead ahead, and now trying to time the objectives, but they do take the tyrant first, and now it looks like the Overlord still will go into their pockets.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing here is they know that Kevin is at the bottom. They know Arlie is split up from the team. They know they have a 4-on-5 advantage, but they still know that they are underpowered to be able to take that on. And that is an unfortunate place to be right now, especially with a 6K deficit. And I'm kind of questioning what we wanted to do with a Dune pick that you signed off on it right from the beginning. He's kind of slow when it comes to getting that gold right now. I assume that they wanted to get it on to their other players. There are 2 marksmen here, Chicha and the Lung, Immortal, and Banoon. But I mean, unfortunately, they just have not been able to capitalize on that. Underneath the tower, taking a little bit of damage. See, it's a little bit harder here. Oh, they do find a kill onto Kevin, able to return the favor. And I was just about to say, it's a little harder. N19 noticing it's a little harder when you don't have that Agudo to just throw the bear and clear out the back end of those towers. So you have to be very careful at every moment that you're in there trying to put damage onto the tower, always watching out for your back lane, because at any moment they can try to close the distance and be able to get that little kill. Fortunate for N19, they're able to read it and they disengage from that, but that might have lost them some incredible amounts of momentum here at the 15-minute mark.
I mean, with Arlie, I mean, what DJB Club needs to do, as we talked about, is to take that Arlie off the map. If you're able to get to the backline, get to Arlie, and shut him down, that will be your opening. So now they know exactly that they have that. The Arlie was shut down, but now is back to life, trying to get as much possible with this mid tower, and that will open up game, but unfortunately not able to connect.
Wow, NAKA still deep under enemy territory there, gets taken down by Immortal. Maybe went a little bit too far after they misread the situation there. After they pushed them off of that mid tower, NAKA thought, hey, the rest of the team's going in, right? Chased them away before he realized that he turned around. No, none of his teammates were with him, and unfortunately too far separated as DJB unloaded on him. And this might be one of those opportunities that kind of you find N19 starting to see this slip further and further away. A jungle now starting to open up for them. Immortal starting to come online. So even if you get to that back line to try to get onto Immortal, he's going to still have that infinite vastness that he's going to be able to use to get away. And then you have these two huge AoE ultimates coming from Eternal and Banoon on the Zhao Chao and the Chicha.
Yeah, we talked about this, right, Private? And from the beginning, we know that the win condition for the side of DJB Club is to get that long online, get that Xiao Chao. They are the late game course, the carries. They have the burst potential, and both of them did God's work with the 2 times that they took a death on the side of N19, and that allowed them to push down that mid tower and to have a breather on this map.
Yeah, 4K gold lead from a 6K one. Ooh. Goes in there. Dharma comes in, finds himself under the bad side of 2 pop-ups from the side of DJB, but very smart of them too. This is where it kind of comes off. When you get those sets on certain people, you have to really understand, who do we have? Can we burst them down, or are we going to waste so much material, so many spells trying to take them down that we're going to run out before we get to the squishies? Here, a great job now onto the back line. Oh, down goes Banoon on the Chicha. The rest of DJB has to think if they want this fight right now. Nobody else is very low except for the Dharma. B-tier mid doing a great job of kind of running back and forth, continuing to keep that pressure on. And it's going to be Kevin taking down the Tyrant there for N19. Not just that, but they've already started. Oh, no, they didn't already start on it. Okay, I was about to say that would have been a little bit smarter, but now they're going to go ahead and actuate this even with the debuff that they have. They're going to be able to take down the Shadow Overlord.
I mean, at this point in the game, right, they have the tankiness as well, and if they're able to really work on that Overlord as a team, the debuff is not going to make a huge difference. Now, we saw an opening for DJB, but unfortunately, just with the composition that you have on N19, they're so mobile and so much CC as well. If you're not able to continuously to shut down the Arlie, one multi-man engage, wombo combo coming from Dharma, and that might just be the end of this game.
Yeah, and I want to say they're just doing, N19 is doing such a better job when it comes to kind of feeling out a lot of these areas to get out, to find out where the front line is, where the back line is, and keeping the distance that they need to with their back line, making sure that nobody's really getting caught out. We did have Kevin get caught out, I want to say, at the tower, the high ground here. So we're going to see how well they can kind of continue here. This is where they had a lot of trouble last time. I don't even think they're going to be able to get it. They live to fight another day and are going to back up. This could be a little bit of a problem, because I want to say, as you get later and later and later into games, it becomes a little bit more even. There's only so many items you can get, and it comes down to a lot of these team fights. Soon, we're going to have the final objective on the board.
Yeah, that will be the ultimate objective, to set your team ahead or potentially have an ultimate comeback coming in from the side of DJB. The problem for N19 is being able to close down the game with the range and the burst and the damage that Lone and Xiao Xiao provides. They need to win this fight. Whether or not they get the final lord of this game is important, but they also need to win this team fight.
Oh, look at Kevin trying to go for the side, but I do see that Banoon does figure it out. Sees him on the back end. Are they going to be able to go ahead and get the base race here? And a sneak push by N19. Kevin Kevin saw it coming from a mile away, able to close the distance on the core, and unfortunate for Banoon, he saw it, but was not able to stop the firepower. 2 wins for N19.
Wow, that was exhilarating and that was unexpected. That was not the sneaky opening that I was expecting coming in from the side of N19. They had that advantage throughout the game, but Arlie is like, I cannot deal with this anymore. Let's just end this game as fast as possible. And now, at game point for N19.
Yeah, game point. I did not have this on my bingo block. They are N19 doing a great job. This is a completely different team from when they faced DJB Club before, and I am all for it. A great composition and a great call at that last fight there too as well. They started on the Tempest Dragon. As soon as the team engaged, they immediately backed off from the Tempest Dragon. They drew it out so that it had to reset, and then the rest of the team tried to pull DJB Club, I want to say, deeper into their jungle, almost kind of kiting them. Meanwhile, Kevin immediately following a wave for a completely open core and able to really throw on the firepower and find them another victory.
Another victory in their pocket. N19, they've truly come prepared for today's best out of 5s, right? They are already at 2-0 win. This will be match point. And one thing that we have been repeating this entire time, right? Starting from our interview with B-Tier Mid, they really realized that draft was one area they needed to work on. And I would have to say, for these two series, for these 2 games so far, their draft was on par. The first game, I would say their draft was much more in favor on my books compared to DJB Club, and the second game was more on the even side, but there was nothing to get to the Arlie. So as long as the Arlie stays alive, he's able to do God's work, and at the end of the day, he closed the game up. He went straight to the crystal, and the crystal is what he got.
Yeah, and I want to say that was kind of like a really genius call. I'm not sure who made that call on the team, but there were not many heroes that were going to be able to chase him down on that Arlie. At the very worst, you're not able to take the core. You have to back up, but you've taken one of their members away from the fight too. That's going to have to chase you and take that down as well. So you still have an even fight going on in the team fight. So a very good play, and it's not like we see that often. We didn't see Kevin immediately always separating from the team in a fashion that we've seen before, where they're just always, every single team fight, they're always pushing for the side lane to try to end it. No, this was a call, and this was a masterful one at that, and they were able to shut it down very quickly.
Yeah, we saw from the first game when they played up against DJB, some of the games that they actually lost, is they did have some wins against DJB Club in the first week of this tournament. So one thing that they changed this time is they're able to find these plays to close the game up. So potentially last game for N19 as they want to close off the series, right? Let's jump into draft and see what the teams have in store for us.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because I mean, when you talk about how this how it came off for that last push there for Arlie coming online, I was actually kind of getting worried because we were having a little bit of trouble. N19 was having a little bit of trouble kind of pushing into those high grounds. They lost Kevin in the first push onto the high grounds, and then the second push, I don't think they actually were even able to get the high ground down. Fortunately, I feel like the game was still, it's not like the game was stolen from DJB. I feel like N19 had a very firm grasp on that game, no matter how it went. If they all decided that they were going to fight at the Tempest Dragon, if they were going to try to get the Tempest Dragon itself, I feel like they had a very firm control of it in either fashion. But it's just those little genius plays that add a little bit of spice to these Honor of King games as we move on to potentially game point for N19.
Yeah, I mean, DJB Club, seeing that Arlie do so successful in the previous game, so now Arlie will be the first to lock in on the side of DJB. We also see the Mai getting banned out, so maybe they actually felt like the Mai was doing a lot, especially in the early game, right, for the side of N19. So that will be taken off the hands of N19 now. for both sides, this will be a very important matchup. I'm seeing potentially a Flowborn mid lane. I just don't think it's very successful in this current meta, but we'll have to see. Maybe it's just a time filler right now, but it does look like DJB is locking that. Ooh, is it the Jing that we're hoping for, Private?
Yeah, and this is something that we were talking about before. And this is probably where a lot of teams go when you're kind of like down and out and you're 0-2. It's like, all right, boys and girls, we have tried countering, we have tried playing by the meta. I want to say Zero probably going on something that's more that's more his fashion, something that he's more comfortable on, something that he likes to play here.
He
on the side of
leaned into his
N19.
team. Like you mentioned, Zero he leaned into his team. He allowed them to farm and carry, but they're like, last game, guys, I am not letting it in your hand. I'm gonna take it into my own hand with my comfort pick, with this Jane that I'm so dominant on. And now with the Jane and Arlie locked in, they have a lot of damage, a lot of late game insurance as well. So now they need something more of a utility mage, I would say, in the mid lane, to allow Jane to get the farm and the rotation that it needs. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us for this last pick.
I want to say this composition is really going to kind of depend on how much pressure we put on the mid. The last two comps we've seen, N19 has absolutely dominated the early game. Here, you still got the Lapu, but we have seen where a Ganon Mo can be very useful in the early game if you have those great early rotations. He does a great job of clearing out his lane. It's just, can they surprise DJB again in the early phases of this? This is going to be the first time I see a composition that is a little bit more slower pace for N19. Not a lot of like early engagement potential, not a lot of like really have to be very quick and get the advantage, hold the advantage, and then like wipe the and slowly kind of strangle out DJB. Here, I want to say it's a little bit more balanced when it comes to what they have out there.
Yeah, this is more of a standard draft that we've seen from DJB, right? They have Immortal is very strong on whatever marksman that he goes. Arlie was not the most successful we've seen him on, but we see how strong Arlie could be. But great response potentially coming in from Kevin with that channel, kind of a counter for Arlie. So, but whether or not they can get to that late game, we'll have to see. And for the side of DJB, they're really excelling on these assassin picks, or on these more playmaking potential picks that they have. And this time with the Charlotte, with the Jane, and with the Ishin providing that just a utility for the team, I think it's a really well-rounded comp for the side of DJB.
Yeah, there's a lot of great potential in each of these comps. You have the Yixing and the Leon Po, a great combination there when it comes to having the board on the ground and a lot of CC that can come down to counter out the Jing. From the opposite side, we do see that Flowborn is going to have a lot of CC there as well. So I'm going to be very interested to see, especially with the CC there and the CC coming from the Lapu. It's something I love to see when you have a Ganon Mo on your team. So it's not just on them to try to hit these beautiful sniper shots. You have the enemy getting frozen and you're just like, oh, easy pickings. Let me just unload on this player. So we're going to see how well both of these compositions go into each other. Possible game point here.
Yeah, possible match point for N19. They have a slower comp relative to the previous wins that they secured, right? They have the Ganon, so we'll have to see, are they able to take the game into the distance and actually close this series out? But game is ready, Private. Let's dance ourselves into the potential last game for N19.
Yeah, this is a big thing. I want to say Zero is very comfortable on this Jing pickup, but with a Flowborn tank on the enemy team, that's a lot of CC and potential peeling that you have for some of your squishier heroes back there. Not just that, you've got a Yaka who's been doing absolutely great on this Lapu. Oh, B tier mid, almost tasting death, able to find himself and escape up at top. The rest of the team coming in, looking to do some damage, but not able to find it just yet. So a lot of pressure. It's I want to say even more pressure here in this third game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure for both sides, right? N19 really want to claim this victory and just make a name for themselves. This is their last chance in the arena stage to do so. And for DJB Club, they don't want to be shut down, right? They want to have another chance facing up against BYL. So for all of you guys still tuning in with us, we have another giveaway here, Deluxe Hero Box with this code. So everyone is able to secure this code and have a chance to win this box. So as long as you type this code in, you will have a chance to get this box. So make sure you pull out your phones and tune in to each game, as we will still have these skins available for grabs.
Yeah, you got to be fast. Go ahead and type those codes in. Speaking of fast, we have a little bit of a rotation coming down to the bottom, but it does look like DJB is going to go ahead and read it out well from the top. Ooh, under against this tower. They don't see the side coming in here from Ferd. Is it going to be enough? Look at the damage coming out from Bigwin. We were talking about it. He just got dusted. Immortal off of the planes of that top lane, and that is going to be a first blood for N19.
I mean, Pigwin right now has been an S tier mid so far, so I'm sure VTurm is very happy with that. With the Ganamo, like, we don't see him do that much in the early game, but so far in this tournament, we've seen Ganamo be very successful and very useful early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, at all corners, he's got a surprising amount of damage. You don't really expect it. And definitely DJB didn't expect that amount of damage. You still see the blades coming out here on the backside there. Big pop-ups landing. You see the amount of pop-ups coming onto DJB. And it's just such a great trade-off with having Pigwin on this Ganon mode, because they're just stuck in a coma in a little bouncy house of doom there, while Pigwin on that Ganon mode is able to really dish out the damage. But up at the top lane, it does look like B tier mid meets his match, gets taken down, tying things up for DJB.
Yeah, B tier mid is not having a great game this game so far. He is struggling a little bit matching up against the Charlotte, especially when their team is just sometimes faster in rotations, right? But gold difference is very even for both teams. I would have to say for N19, they need to find a way to give Zero a hard time, to invade his jungle and not let him free farm like he does right now, because he will be a menace once he comes online, and it will be very hard to take him down.
Ooh, we do see that they might have caught the Arlie up at the top lane. Nope, he's able to use that umbrella to get themselves away. I mean, B tier mid, as sad as it is to say, seems to be having, you're absolutely right, a problem up at top. Ooh, he goes in just to interrupt the teleport, to be annoying to N19 so that they're not going to be able to close the distance as fast. But yeah, B tier mid, I mean, the only reason we were able to get the kill before in the early blood is because N19 were able to kind of come up there and harass with like 3 to 4 players. On his own, B tier mid has been having a little bit of a problem kind of judging the damage that he can. Speaking of which, judging the damage that he can take up there. And that's kind of how they were able to even this out. Now both teams kind of looking for a little bit of an opening here as we put our attention to the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a different game we've seen in this series coming in from DJB Club, right? Right now, gold is still very even, kills very even, and they're able to get these objectives and let Zero farm. So all I gotta say is you need to give Zero that that opening as an assassin player. He does so well as the team carry, and it's almost like the first 2 games they didn't let him play that role, didn't let him carry. So this game, Zero is not letting his chance fall and just carrying his team on his shoulders.
Yeah, Ayaka, unfortunately, underneath the tower, got taken down. B tier mid, you see, this is what I'm talking about. Maybe taking a lot of damage there. To me, I'm kind of, there was no heroes left. There was no heroes near you. Your own team wasn't anywhere near coming to go for the clash. Why take that damage? It's kind of like, there's a part of you that wants to be like, ha ha ha, it doesn't really hurt. But it's like, all right, but they got you down to 25%. And now you're sitting underneath your tower and you have to step back because of how much they were able to do to you. Now they're going to go in there looking for the advantage, but now they've lost a tower underneath their own jungle.
They've lost actually 2 towers, right? Looking at the map for the side of N19, and just fatigue in this patch, I wouldn't say he's a priority clash lane, especially paired up against something like the Charlotte, who's so good at 1v1, right? You see how much feature mid was bullied, even under his own lane, and now a counter invade coming in from DJB.
Whoa, what a big board comes down, able to yank third from the distance. They find another as well. B tier mid goes down, now trying to chase down Kevin on this Chano. That is going to be 4 down for N19. DJB seem to have found their momentum and now turning to the enemy jungle.
Yeah, turning into the enemy jungle indeed. And that's the scary thing about having a Jing like that, right? You let her farm, you let her just walk around and roam around the map like she does right now. We see how good Zero is on this hero, and that just catapulted them into a 5 kills ahead and a decisive gold lead. First time in the series we've seen today.
Yeah, and I feel like they've found kind of some of the answers for N19 with some of their picks to get them onto a composition that really doesn't favor the strategy that they were having so much success with, and especially because I want to say some of those early answers, I'm not seeing the answer for Jing, and this is something that really you have to pay attention to. You have to be able to get that CC. You have to be able to have an answer once Jing throws down that mirror domain and is able to kind of dash back and forward. Board is down on the ground. Pop-up going on to Ferd. Is it going to be enough? It is. Coming in clutch is Zero, but gets taken down by Kevin as a early reply. So able to find a kill on the board for Kevin. 7-2 right now. They're able to kind of get that push stopped at the bottom lane, but lose their top jungle for it. Mid lane still very secured for both teams.
Yeah, mid lane still secured for both sides indeed. Not an invade coming in from a 19 to 2-0's buff. I mean, they haven't been able to successfully do that. And honestly, their draft, I mean, this game with the Gonamo, I don't think Gonamo is a great pick here up against like the Jane and the Arlie, who's so mobile. As a Gonamo, you need to be able to calculate that range, but another team fight happening.
Yeah, Immortal really doing a great job on that. Arlie does find their forward, and Trouble gets taken down. And look at the mirror domain on the ground. Zero dashing back and forth, outputting a huge amount of damage. Chano able to find a kill. I want to say reply. Banoon got taken out there, but Kevin gets taken off the board as well. Another 4-man kill for the side of DJB.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gold difference now. Finally, almost 5k gold difference in favor of DJB Club. Decked down in items, Jane is the richest man alive in this game so far.
Yeah, and sitting at 5, 1, and 2, that is going to be my obvious answer for where I would be looking for a ban next. This is what usually happens. Like I said, at the end, you get on something that's a little bit more comfortable for you. Let the meta and the counters be damned out there, especially when it's one of your favorite heroes. You understand how they can be countered. Even when you face a counter, you understand what you need to be doing. Board is out. Big pop-up lands on to the roam. B-tier mid looking for an angle to get in there. Lapua Yaka taken down very quickly. They're chasing down. B-tier mid uses the dashes to get forward. He is narrowly a sneeze away from falling over, but the damage has been done. DJB 12-3 right now at the 10-minute mark.
12-3 and a decisive goal lead ahead of N19 and the heroes that they have on the board, right? I almost feel like this game for the side of N19, they could have gone with Pigwin's favorite comfort hero, the Angela. That would have provided more CC for his team and more of an AoE damage, right? But you have the Gonamo. He needs to watch his positioning to actually get and to burst down the back lines, because they're so mobile. They're able to just walk around, and you're not able to traverse this board that's put out by Ishin.
Yeah, high ground goes down. Then the rest of DJB decide to back up from it. Board was placed down. You had 2 members trapped underneath their own tower, and was N19. But a great job by DJB club here. So far, an 8K gold lead for DJB and a very dominating presence on the board. There's only high grounds left for N19. A complete turnaround of the games we've seen thus far.
A complete turnaround indeed. It seemed like a terrible start of this series with the 2 losses, but this game shows that DJB Club is a menace to fight with, and now they're turning this series heavily into their own favor.
Yeah, right now you can see the knives coming out from Pigwin trying to defend this tower. Board is out. That's going to go ahead and keep away N19 from being able to close the distance. Speaking of which, coming in, taken down is that Zero gets taken down very early, but the job has been done. No high grounds for the side of N19. So they do find a kill, but unfortunately not able to chase down the rest of DJB. And it looks like they're going to be in kind of the same position. Look at 4 members here chasing God. Is that going to be the skill that you want there? On the side, taking damage or putting on the damage is Immortal. Umbrella is out now, chasing down N19. Are they going to be able to close the distance? Goes in there from the backside. Banoon finds himself a kill. You can see Kevin in trouble trying to create that distance. Ayaka getting bursted down, and unfortunate for N19, not able to return the favor. 13-4.
I mean, I see where they're coming from, right? They know that Jing is no longer a threat with Jing being taken down. They want to kind of come out of their base and make a chase for it. But when you see the mobility coming in from DJB Club and the goal difference between your teams at the 12-minute mark, you don't want to kind of lose another man, especially your jungler now giving the Overlord freely with no contest.
Yeah, and they have some great damage. I see 2 succubus cloaks on the side of DJB to really offset that big focus damage that Pigwin can do on the Gon and Mo. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the big problem here is the answers they have for that back line. Jing, God on the Leon Poe, and then you have the board and a Charlotte that can dive back there. Board is down, trying to separate them from this core, down to 25, and that is going to be DJB able to answer back to N19 with a victory of their own.
A victory of their own indeed. Once again, big congratulations to DJB Club for finally taking their first win today in a dominating fashion.
Yeah, big suppressive fire coming out there from Immortal. I want to say they allowed Immortal. I almost kind of want to contest this MVP just because I feel like Zero did such a great job in the early and mid game to allow Immortal to get fed, get those items to where he was able to be a menace, to get a lot of that suppressive fire and put on the damage there. And I mean, I'm kind of wondering where you go from here. I know that there is the threat in having Immortal on that Arlie pickup, but for me, I feel like Zero is just he's a little too comfortable on that Jing. A great game and a great answer back from DJB to keep them alive in this series.
Yeah, the second game we've seen N19 actually ban out the Jing, right? They didn't want to see Jing on the map, but the last game they might have been a little bit too comfortable or prioritizing other more of the meta bans, and they kind of drafted themselves into a corner and letting Zero getting what he want and getting what he thrive on. So now still not too much to worry for N19. It's still potentially match point for them. They are still ahead of DJB Club, but if they let the momentum continue and let DJB getting their comfort pit, getting the combo and then the team composition that they thrive under, then it will be really hard to deal with for N19.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They N19 still has some breathing room. Whew, they got a little bit of wiggle room between where they can to what they need to do to settle down here and be like, all right, guys, I don't know what happened there, but let's not make that a habit. Let's maybe readjust the draft. We see that they've started taking away 2 picks that were really big cornerstones to the strategy that we wanted to run. The Agudo was taken off the table. I want to say what else was taken off. They did take off the Arlie as well. They were able to pick that up. So they've turned it around. Do we have an answer for that? Or do we need an answer for it? Or can we just take something from them that will really upset? It comes down to really understanding where the faults came on that composition. And that could be actually something that's super hard on a 5-man team, because you've got all of these players. Every person is so focused on their own lane that they want to say, that's where it was. You guys allowed this to happen in the farm lane. You allowed this to happen in the XP lane. We saw a little bit of faltering coming from B tier mid in the early game. He was having a rough go in his lane matchup. Thankfully, getting covered by his team in the early game, they were able to turn that around into a first blood for themselves. So there's a lot of things for them to think about, but I'm very eager, especially because we've seen how successful N19 have been able to turn this around thus far.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right? We've seen Fatigue kind of struggle this entire game, I would say. I don't think he was the best option for the side of N19, and that might be something to think about as we proceed into another match point for them. I mean, there is still light under the tunnel. We see DJB Club come back to what they've shown us in the previous weeks. We've seen actually their clash lane is really successful on some of these 1 versus 1 dive heroes. So let's see if they have that ready for us once again in this 4th match of this series.
Yeah, possible. Still at possible game point. So like we said, a little bit of wiggle room in that belts for N19 when it comes to, oh yeah, immediately. They're like, yeah, Jing, you're done. We're not going to play that game anymore. There's just, I mean, there's just so much. I don't even know how you compare. I feel like they had a good composition that could have gone for it, but when it comes to those super mobile Luna, Jing, those super mobile assassins, you really just need to sacrifice to get like a Dong Hong on the field, or to get one of the other mages that really can lock people, Liang out there as well. So it's just that you really have to kind of sacrifice to get one of those lockdown heroes out there, instead of just kind of really being hoping that you're going to be able to get the CC onto them in the back line. Ooh, this kind of opens up N19 being able to pick up the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, I mean, Zhang Fei, we haven't seen him walk in this series, at least today. We didn't even see him walk yesterday, right? I don't understand as much of the Dynamo pick, but as I was just about to mention, that leaves open the Aruro that has been so successful in this tournament so far, right? The Aruro paired up with the Zhang Fei, a great combo. I mean, there are a lot of mobility, and as well as the early game aggression from these both very OP heroes. So right now already at 19th draft, I'm liking it this game a lot. I don't know if the Arlie is that much of a prio for the side of JB. They could have went for something like the Agudo, but it does look like Zero might be cooking something else for us this game. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they go for their comfort with which is possibly the Chicha pickup here for the side of DJB. They have the Zhao Chao out there. Very interesting to want to take that away. Or what they're looking for, maybe they're worried about another assassin pick possibly coming out from DJB. Yeah, there's the Chicha pickup by DJB.
But honestly, Chicha hasn't been the most successful in this series so far. I mean, Chicha, we've seen Benoit play really well on the Brosa in the previous weeks, as well as the Charlotte. So he's really good at some of these deep, some of these one-on-one and wombo combo heroes, being able to pick out the backline. Now with Chicha, it's definitely going into Clash lane, so we'll have to see what they have in response for this Chicha, but haven't been the most successful in this series so far, Private.
Yeah, it's been really interesting for me too, especially when it comes to picks out there like the Leon Poe instead of Lapu, who I almost feel like Lapu is pretty much my #1 to #2 pickup when it comes to a roam position right now. The amount of CC and tanking ability he has, I feel like Leon Poe, I forgot what the term is for it, but like you see him coming. There's a huge jump that comes up from the front that doesn't do anything, and then there's those last 2 jumps that you really have to be worried for. But he really kind of calls it out when it's coming, so you have to be a little bit more worried about it here. Oh, it looked like they were kind of looking at scooping up that Angela. Oh, Yang Jian picked up mid lane on the side of DJB.
Yeah, I mean, the Dahlia is still open. They have a very tanky composition for the side of DJB, so they could pair that up with more of a support to the team. I think it's a really good combination with what they have so far. And the Aruro actually does a lot in the macro department. So late game, they have the insurance of the Xiao Chao as well as the Flowborn Marksman. And Ambrosa, finally, we see her back into this map.
Yeah, B tier mid gonna try to get that 1v1 into his lane a little earlier here. Tired of getting kind of dominated there from the last game earlier. But we're about to move into our final, possibly final game of this series. N19 still sitting at game point, and we have DJB Club kind of fighting for their survival here.
Fighting for their survival, but a great comeback last game. So for both of these teams, it is the match that they want to secure, right? So let's get ourselves ready, get your popcorn, get your drinks, because this will be an exciting series for sure. I mean, from both teams' composition, I'm very excited to see what they bring for us in the individual lane matchup, as well as the macro and how each team execute their win conditions, right? Having a Doodle, it does allow you to have that early game aggression, also the macro potential. You're able to shred down the towers so fast, and having the late game insurance coming in from something like the Xiao Chao and the Flowborn Marksman. I like the composition from N19, but a great response from the side of DJB Club. We've seen Nuwa do really well throughout this tournament. She's getting secured this game as well. So Private, looks like the game is ready. So let's salsa our way into this game.
Yeah, as we move on to this next match, a Pigwin. Looks like we might have a little technical difficulty, but when it comes to this matchup, I really am kind of favoring what we have from the side of N19, just because it goes into compositions that they were very successful in their first 2 games. Siege the tower, separate the back line, or separate the tower from the rest of the heroes, so that you basically run a line down the middle of their composition, so that they're gonna have to choose whether they're going to want to dive in to try to save this tower or just let you. And that's something that's going to be really great in this early game for the side of N19.
Yeah, but I mean, Zero is an amazing jungle regardless, but he has found more success playing some of these assassins with his high skill and high micro potential. Now, a great response from N19, right? They banned out the Luna, they banned out the Jane. First ban was the Jane, and then it goes the Luna. So it kind of pushes and forces Zero to play these young gen, these more tankier jungle positions, and really let his team do the damage and do the carry.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm kind of wondering too is like, do we have any like real penetrating power for the tanky front line of DJB here? You've got a great AoE from Pigwin and a decent amount of, you got a decent amount of damage that comes off of Xiao Chao, but I mean, nothing that's really focused that's going to be able to really bring down some of the tankier front lines of them. I'm wondering how that'll turn out. Like I said, when it comes to team fights, this is not a composition that is really really trying to find a team fight. They're trying to find those objectives. They're trying to get to those towers. They're trying to push to win. And it's been successful for them thus far. It's just if we can stall them on that, if we can really halt this tower progression from N19, I think they're going to have a hard time trying to recoup.
I mean, we saw a bit in the top lane B tier mid having to go back to base and recuperate some health, right? That is not the game that he wants to be playing, but that's what happens kind of when you match up against a Chicha. So both are very strong laners, clash laners for both sides, but Chicha just came on top in that lane matchup. And now 3-man top lane looking not to do too much, actually just taking this down and potentially rotating around the map.
Yeah, really interesting that they've got the 3-man rotation looking to try to find themselves a gank. N19 playing very well. B tier mid trying to keep his distance from that tower. Doesn't want to get fooled into an engagement. Meanwhile, on the side of N19, their 3-mans are kind of assisting Ferd on the Segudo with the farm and everything, trying to get them farmed up, which is very interesting because I want to, like I said, I want to start seeing early game. You really need to be putting that pressure onto a lot of these towers. So we'll see if that kind of comes to fruition, if we're able to start getting some pressure onto these side lanes, onto these towers, because that is where an early game Agudo really shines.
Yeah, for both of these teams, right? Agudo definitely such a powerful presence on this map and just able to be so mobile and do so much under the tower, right? But for both of these teams, it kind of looks to drag this game towards the late game to let that Arlie get the farm that she needs, as well as the Nuwa to come more online with damage for both sides, Marksman, Flowball Marksman, as well as the Xiao Qiao. Now looking at the gold, pretty even still, actually very even game so far. No kills off the map. Both sides sitting at about 11k gold.
Yeah, even the marksmans are kind of very even right now when it comes to both of these teams. It's going to come down to some of these objectives and seeing who kind of walks away with it. Right now, an early start here by DJB. N19 not going to want to let it go. Are they going to be able to find it? They are not, and it looks like DJB going to go ahead, turn around onto N19. They want to use the damage that they have to be able to maybe find themselves an early kill. Not able to just yet, pushing their way through the mid lane, make short work of those minions and continue their way through the lanes.
It was interesting. I'm seeing this Xiao Qiao and the Nuwa just camping themselves in the bot lane. They just kind of stay there for this entire team fight as well as earlier. So some lane swap reactions coming in from both sides as well. They're kind of paired up really well up against each other. They read each other like a book, and they're just adjusting to each other's playstyle right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Look at how far back the Nuwa went. Eternal was way back there, not wanting to give them any type of opportunity here. We do have a little bit of engagement. Two pop-ups on to N19, looking for an engagement. Almost get away. B tier mid almost got taken out there. They turn around the advantage here. You can see Immortal on that Nuwa is going to have to use that flash to get away. And both teams licking their wounds, live to fight another day.
I mean, both teams looking to have a successful team fight, but not able to connect, right? Neither team is able to find a lead in that little engagement happening in the mid lane. So tower-wise as well, it looks pretty even, but in favor of actually very even on both sides.
Yeah, and right now, a little bit of camping going on. They're trying to look to see if they can find one of the squishier members here. But N19, I want to say N19 have done a good job of making sure that when they're rotating, they're doing it correctly. Tanky Boys up front, making sure that they're clearing out some of these bushes. That's going to be another tower down for DJB. Coming in, big ultimate. Lian Po does catch on the 3 members, and down goes Pigwin. Big surprise there. Damage coming out from DJB, able to catch the N19 mid.
Yeah, and Arlie is just split pushing her way, right? Putting pressure onto the side lanes, not even joining the team fights yet. So that already like just a 4 versus 5 team fight, and still DJB coming on top.
Yeah, and first blood there by DJB. N19 don't exactly have an answer. If they are able to kind of turn this around right now, they're not able to execute their plan, which is force their will onto these towers, push the rest of DJB back while they throw the bear onto the back line. Right now, there's just such a risk of them being able to get to N19's back line as we've been seeing. And I feel like that risk comes with some of the mobility picks that you have here, especially Immortal on the Arlie, who can get to the side. A little bit of engagement here. Ooh, very low. Bear goes out. Is not able to find the mark. And that is unfortunate for N19 here right now. They're going to go ahead, lose another tower at bottom.
And looking at this game, right, Private, if you want to get that early and get to the backline, the new wall, you need Umbrosa, you need a B-tier mid to come online. And so far, he did not have a great early game paired up against this Chicha, and now he's not able to find these successful dives and take down the damage dealer for the side of DJB, and that's what's costing them these team fights.
Yeah, but I feel like we haven't really gotten into a great team fight for the side of N19 just yet either. We still have the unbridled outburst that can come out from a NAKA, and that's one of the biggest fears here for me if I'm DJB. We chase them into their jungle, we chase them into like a narrow choke point, and that unbridled outburst comes out, and they're able to turn this around immediately. But they're playing it safe. They're being very careful about some of these kills. It's 1-0 right now, you see, and they're still not able to take down this mid tower, but that's because they're not trying to get too close, not trying to put themselves out there. They push the wave, but immediately N19 comes there to push it back. Tyrant's going to go ahead and start getting worked on. Are they going to see it in time? It does not look like it. Zero's going to scoop that up here at the 8-minute and 30-second mark.
Yeah, but Aguro is not even trying to contest it, right? Just working straight at the Overlord. It will not be a Shadow Overlord at this point in the game, so not too much to stress out for the side of DJB.
Ooh, and big damage coming out there. They do see that raining some of that damage down onto Zero. Usually, I feel like you have too many boxes to check with Yangjian. Oh, they do find a pop-up there. The rest of the team trying to come in there from the backside. Find a pop-up of their own. They do see that Kevin able to find the marks to answer back with a kill of his own. A great play there by N19. Unfortunate for the side of DJB as they had one of their members trapped deep in enemy territory. Tried to go help and caught themselves a big set on their side anyway. Now N19, great big amount of momentum, are going to use that to clear out DJB's jungle.
Finally, an opening for N19, right? They took down the damage dealer, they took down the Arlie, and that will allow them to let these Overlord push into the towers and have that macro play that they've been looking for all throughout the early game.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a great thing for them too. And you have all of these lanes being pushed right now, but they're just not able to kind of get that macro back just yet. You see a great cleanup at the top there coming from Banoon, and now they have minions coming at their own base, and that was with a Shadow Overlord at the top lane, almost able to push down that tier 1. So as far as macro is concerned, N19 starting to fall behind here. DJB looking for an angle here to try to get in. I feel like they really want this fight. They could care less if they are able to take the Tyrant, but here, up the top, I don't even know if they've noticed yet. This might be a surprise for them, as I don't think anybody has any type of vision on the Arlie pickup, and that is going to be a Shadow Overlord for DJB. N19 quickly scoop up the Tyrant.
I mean, a critical Shadow, or the first Shadow Overlord of this game, right? That will be what DJB need to close more of these towers and open up more of these map and push N19 back into their base. They still have a lot of defense for the side of N19. They have the Xiao Chao, they have the Float 1 Marksman that can clear out the lanes pretty fast, but they are pushed into a corner, and Aguro has not been able to make a presence for herself this game.
Yeah, I want to say more and more as this game goes on, Ferd on the Segudo is really having a hard time finding some usefulness for himself. They can get into, I mean, once you get the Unbridled Outburst out there, you can run in, be able to throw your bear onto the back line, hopefully find the stun onto one of the squishier members. But as far as like where you really shine, being able to take towers, being able to really push back the enemy team, you're not seeing Ferd able to execute on any of those plans or strategies.
Yeah, if you have something like the Agudo, you kind of want to go to that macro rotation composition, but so far they don't have something else that's able to create that pressure across the lanes, like what you had if you had the Mai, right? So some team fight happened in the mid lane. I don't think N19 is necessarily losing these team fights, but they're just not able to execute and get to the back line.
Yeah, and as you see there, N19 just having a problem here too. There are just two big ultimates used defensively for them, just to, because B tier mid went in there, caught like 4 members, went for him, so he had to use his ultimate to get away. And just like that, NAKA had to use his Unbridled Outburst to secure that escape for his team member. And we're not able to use these offensively where we're able to get the stuns. Our team is in a position to really to close the distance and capitalize on that, and all of these things start adding up as these pushes continue for N19 who are having a huge amount of issues.
Yeah, I mean, for something like the Jiangfei, the ultimate is really what he relies on. You need to have a good set to be really useful as a tank player, and he's just not being able to find these openings, and that is going to cost him a lot playing up against something so mobile like what DJB has.
Yeah, you can see here they're starting to kind of put that pressure on. We're really waiting to see once we get a lot of our ultimates, our abilities kind of reset, are we able to find an angle? So far, doing a great job. DJB is going to go ahead and start creating this pressure on the side, and that's where they're really starting to shine. They have the advantage when it comes to macro. They're trying to continue that advantage by clearing out these waves before they go ahead and enact any of these fights against N19. Once they see the lanes pushing, they know that N19 needed to split up to kind of to answer that, and that's when they keep on trying to press forward. They want these fights because they know they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, for the first 2 games, right, it didn't go the way that DJB wanted, but it looks like they're not pulling any punches anymore with the following 2 games, now playing a very different game that we've seen in this series so far, and that kind of pushes N19 into a corner, and having, even though they have some of these meta picks that are continuously on the ban list, like the Agudo and the Jiangfei, but they're not able to execute it the way that it's designed to.
Yeah, 14-minute mark here. Tyrant is down for the side of DJB, able to scoop that up very quickly. Here we have a kind of a tied game when it comes to gold, but as far as team comps are concerned here, there's so much firepower on the side of DJB, whether it's Immortal on the Arlie Banoon, on the Chica, Eternal starting to come online on that Nua as well, and there is just nothing that N19 are able to do with some of these answers.
Yeah, I mean, 1-1 at the 15-minute mark, and a completely even game if you just look at the gold, right? But the macro-wise, the map is just completely open for the side of DJB. They're actually able to play against this Agudo and not let Agudo be to open the map like the way that she is able to. And this game is, even though gold is not different, it's still in favor of DJB.
Yeah, the big thing that's going to come down is these fights are at the enemy's high ground towers. Are they going to be able to get these fights and be successful with them, or is this where N19 is going to be able to turn it around? You have one person when it comes to God who's going to be able to, when they're at the high grounds, God's going to be able to kind of close the distance on that back line with his ultimate, and that is going to allow the rest of the team to really put on that suppressive fire. But that's the only answer they have here. You can see now the bear, you see, this is the great idea from coming from N19. They have the great gap closers to throw into the back line that can really surprise DJB. Not as successful there, but they did save the high ground tower.
Yeah, so actually Ambrosio there was deciding whether or not he recalls back into base, but it looks like he could take down one more little dragons and before he actually recalls, and not a fast enough response coming in from the side of DJB, and that will cost them one more tower.
Oh, I'm kind of wondering. B-tier mid is trying to teleport back 3 times and then reconsidered it. I'm wondering what he's thinking, what he wants. If he sees something that he really likes, he's got the Chicha there. No. I don't think he wants to go for, but he wants these minions. Oh, he's going to come out there. Does he know the Chicha's there? They might actually be able to get this Chicha if they're fast enough. Ooh, he's going to go ahead, get chased there. Oh, on the backside, using some suppressive fire, but he's going to have to use that B-tier mid's going to have to use that ultimate defensively to be able to get away. Unfortunate for Kevin, who was really trying to put down a lot of suppressive fire. Most of that actually missed, as Banoon was doing a great job of being zoned out and making sure that he wasn't within range of Kevin, but he was within range of B-tier mid to force out that ultimate.
Yeah, B-tier mid doing well with the split pushing, now targeting the top lane. The tower is just hanging there by a thread. I don't even think he needs to really rotate up to the top, but now their base is still getting pushed in by DJB, and nothing to really get to that early besides the Ambrosia, but she's just not there for these team fights.
Yeah, so they're going to go ahead and push that top one to hopefully be able to take down that tower, be able to kind of put some type of pressure. Once this starts happening, we kind of put this up to like a 50-50 chance. Ooh, we're going to go for that tier 2. I know the team is not thinking about taking this Tyrant. They make quick work of it, actually. And it looks like B-tier mid, he's not done yet. He's like, okay, I'm just going to keep on going. Big pop-up onto the rest, and that's going to be 2 down, 4 to side of N19 underneath the tower. DJB chasing down their opponents underneath their base, looking to close out this game. Are they going to be able to find it? Base race has to be cut off as B-tier mid has to come back to try to answer it, and not in time. N19 take another L. Unfortunate, as DJB tie this series up 2-2 apiece.
Well, what an incredible game and comeback for DJB, now tying the series 2-2. I mean, they found that successful dive at the very end of the game, and now they're going to march further down into the series, bringing us to match point for both teams.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for N19 to lose all of that momentum, but DJB, an excellent game played by them, and especially as you started moving into that late game, giving Eternal the space that he needed to be able to farm, to come online, get the items that they needed to really be a hankering to this front line of N19.
Yeah, I mean, last game it was a very low kill game, even as we dragged the game up to the 18-minute mark. There was barely any kills on the map. They're just not able to kind of get the back line and secure and get the team fight that they wanted for the side of N19, and that kind of costed them the game. And a great series we've seen so far go to the distance, 2-2. It seems like every single week, Private, we're seeing the series go to the distance, and DJB Club not letting this fight go.
Yeah, they seem to have found the formula, and N19 are kind of on their back foots here. Great game. That was a very low kill game, all about the objectives, all about pushing, not making any mistakes, and a great job by DJB Club. And N19 have to come up with a plan there. Now you have a team that you're at risk of a reverse sweep coming from DJB, who seem to have found their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how this series can be very swing and turn into a dime, especially when you have a team like DJB. Last 2 weeks, they've had a full 5-game series all throughout phase 3, so they are ready for that. Even though they were set back by the first 2 games, they let N19 have their moment to shine in this phase 3 stage. But now DJB Club is back, and they're back stronger than ever.
Yeah, so we're gonna see how well they can kind of compete here. I'm very excited. There was a part of me once N19 was being so dominant. It's like you were kind of trying. I wanted to not say anything about it, but DJB, they're up here for a reason. They've been here for the last 3 weeks because they've been consistent, because they're able to find those answers that they need, whether it's draft or cleaning up their movements and their macro during the game. So they understand exactly what it takes to be playing at this level, and they just needed a little bit of time to kind of adjust to the strategy that was coming out from N19. And so far, seems like they've found that recipe.
Yeah, everything hangs in a balance. It all comes down to this game. Match point for both teams. Let's take a look at the draft for this very important game.
Yeah, this is a full series. We are at game 5. This is the last game of this series, our first series of the night here. DJB going to be the first pick here as N19 looking for a bit of an answer. Very interesting picks here. N19 taking the Zhongfei off the table alongside the Arlie, which is going to leave open, of course, the Chicha, the Jing, the things that the DJB club have been so successful on thus far.
I mean, absolutely right. We didn't see Jing make it to the ban list, but we haven't really seen N19 play something like the Jings. I'm not sure how comfortable they are with that hero, but they are able to lock in 2 things, right? The Arlie last game gave them a heck of a time to deal with. So now Arlie is banned, Zhangfei is banned, very standard bans, and I like the long pick up against the Chicha, but for DJB right now, they have the opportunity to give Zero that Jane. Will they do that? And actually, if they do, will N19 have a response for it?
Oh, looks like they're going to pick up the Agudo themselves. Is N19 have a response for it? Of course, the Leon Poe. He is. I dare not call. I'm not saying God is a one trick, but if you've got something that you're so good on and you're successful, you don't really need to change it up. And he's been doing such a great job, especially being able to get those flashes and the ultimate to really surprise the back line, which really allows DJB to close a lot of the distance. Here, you're going to see much of the same thing, I'm assuming. Well, that's what you want to see from a successful Agudo, is to be able to kind of get underneath the towers, take them down very quickly, and use that bear to clear out the distance on the backside. We didn't see that from N19 last game. They had a lot of trouble in the early game to try to get the momentum that they needed, and you're almost completely wasting the real power spikes that come from your Agudo pick when you're not being as aggressive early in that game. Fatih picked up by N19 to round out the end of the first half of this batting phase.
I mean, the foods that they locked in, right? We haven't been able to see him as much in the Clash Lane, but this game, Foods is getting banned out a lot for a reason, right? He is really strong in towards the late game if you find these openings, and he pairs pretty well up against something like the Chicha. So I'm excited to see this Foods pick up from N19. They banned out the Haya. They know that DJB needed a mid, but there's so many options still available for the side of DJB. Nua, I like this lock-in from Pigwin.
Yeah, it does speak to the late game ability of this composition. In fact, I don't even think you have anything early game right now, except for maybe the Lapu that can kind of really be that tanky front line for you. I do find the Futsi pickup very interesting, especially because it almost feels like in the I want to see how that matchup kind of goes, honestly, with the Chicha, just because she's going to be able to zone you out a bit, maybe even kite you backwards, and the kiting is the biggest problem that I fear for a team, because that's what makes those openings for the gank, so that the DJB club can find themselves a rotation up there while a B tier mid might be pushed a little bit too far ahead. And I fear B tier mid has had some issues in his lane lately, especially the last 2 games. He just hasn't been as dominant as we've seen him before, where he's just bullying up in the lane or even just sustaining in the lane. I feel like there's been like a real problem with that, with Clash Lane being an issue, and maybe this Futsi will be able to quell what what issues he's been having up there. Ooh, Dune pickup. Ugh, that's gonna be okay. I'm not. I don't even know why I thought we're going to have that Flowborn Marksman, and we do have Lady Shin coming on the side of DJB.
That is a change, right? So you talked about Beecher Mid having some struggles in the past 2 games. I mean, definitely he's not having the best game of his life in the last 2 games. So maybe he's a B tier mid, but he's also an S tier Fuzi, so you never know. But it also gets to the player's mentals, right? If you get bullied in your lane too much, you almost get tilted, and you need to be able to adjust that mentality. And that's what separates a top tier professional team as an average peak team. You need to be able to calm yourself down, even though you might be struggling in some of these games. It might just be because of the heroes that you picked and how they lane up against some of these other more meta or counter picks that the enemy has in store for you. So match point for both teams private. Let's take a look at what the teams have for us.
Yeah, so last points for each of these teams. You talked about the mental strategy for a lot of these teams, especially B tier mid. That's a big thing when it comes to like a clash lane player. I feel like there is that draw to want to be like a 1v1 god. Ooh, a great scope out here by DJB. So they're going to be able to catch out N19. He thought he was going to be scot-free. Going to have to be joined here by Pigwin, who comes in from the side. They're going to be pushing back the Agudo. Is it going to be enough? It was. He's able to steal it back. A great support there by Pigwin.
Yeah, a great support coming in for sure. I mean, Agudo not having the best game so far in the early game, not able to, I guess, drag out the buff as much and lock that in. So a great early game coming in from N19.
Yeah, so they really want to take away the momentum from this early pick. The Agudo, ooh, look at the damage coming down. B tier mid just getting kind of shut down in his own lane, forced to hide underneath his tower. And we were talking about, I mean, the mentality kind of comes into when, especially when you're playing a class laner, you almost want the fight. You want to try to prove that you can 1v1 somebody, you can take them down. But once you start getting higher and higher into some of these games, and where it's a team game, you have to understand that every single time you feel like you have the advantage, it's usually an opening for the enemy team to kind of come up there and find themselves a gank. And sometimes it can be hard for people to kind of pull themselves out of that 1v1 mentality when they're up there in a clash lane.
Yeah, ultimately you are playing a team game, right? Your team has done so well in this series, so you gotta have that trust in your teammates, even though sometimes you might be a little bit tilted. But as long as you get that mentality back, and if you need some support in your lanes, let your team know and make sure that everyone is on the same page. I think that is really important for team synergy. And a bit of a clash happening in the mid lane. No one is going to dive too deep in, but you already see the Lady Jen just locking in and freezing everyone on bot.
Yeah, possibly a shadow of things to come here with that Lady Shen pickup, especially when it comes to those engagements that are going to be right in front of her, right center, with everybody kind of trying to keep in close and tight. Ooh, they might actually have a B tier mid who's going to be able to kind of create that distance, get back to the safety of his tower. I mean, we're giving a little bit of crap to the B tier mid. He was a little bit of an issue in those other 2 games, but he seems to have tightened it up here. He's not really taking a lot of damage. He's not forced to go back to home and missing waves there. So he's doing what he needs to up at top lane to be successful so far.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit. I mean, Agudo has been kind of rotating top first, right, and bullying B tier mid. So they're really understanding what the kind of weak spot right now. But for all the viewers out there, as a team, take a little pause. Make sure you become the first players to actually type that code in and have one chance at 100 dragon crystals. We will have these giveaway running throughout the series, so make sure you tune into the tournament and get your phones out, get your phones ready, and actually get some of these rewards for you guys.
Yeah, a big shout out for our production team there for being able to get those for us from HoK. So hopefully you guys get yourself a nice little skin out of it. Ooh, coming in with a little bit of a pop-up, a little bit of a hello there from DJB on the mid lane. No worse for wear are either of them, tied at about 11K. But now that the Tyrant have spawned, we're going to see who's really going to get that momentum. Big tight ball of N19 coming in from the top, looking for the pop-up, don't find it, and a big pickup there coming out. You do see that Pigwin was able to pick up that objective, but answered back very quickly by God, who finds a kill. Zero, another one in their pocket. 2-0 for DJB while they lose the Tyrant.
Yeah, it does seem like both teams are having a little bit of a trouble with potentially the pain or something, but we've seen it so far, right? A successful team fight and a trade of a Tyrant against the jungler and the tank of N19. So it's a good trade, I would say, early game when you have that extra bit of team fight power for your team and a bit more battle points in the early game, but at what cost? You do lose your jungler and you do kind of lose your roam. So it was a pretty good trade for both sides and a good response for the side of DJB, right? So we're back into the game, pushing down this mid lane tower. Not too much that N19 can do to defend this.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. I feel like the kills actually do more for the side of DJB than actually getting that Tyrant, just because now it's opened up for them to go ahead and start pushing under the towers. It's opened up for them to go into the jungle and start stealing these buffs. They're actually going to look for a little bit of a fight here, and it looks like that will be stolen away by DJB. A crimson buff there, a little bit of a return from earlier when N19 was able to steal it from them. So great momentum going on the side of DJB.
Oh, return of the favor coming in from the Agudo. He was not happy getting his buff taken off early game, so now he found the response and they are on a roll, just shredding down one tower after another. All the outer towers are down for the side of N19. That's what we want to see when we have a Doodle in your lineup.
Blue team has slain an enemy.
Yeah, ooh, and they actually find a kill onto Kevin. I believe that was Eternal on the Lady Shen, able to find the freeze and the big boy damage to bring this to a 4-0 game. About a 3K gold lead for the side of DJB. Haven't been able to push onto that. Oh, actually they have pushed onto the mid tower. So there's only tier 2s left for N19, and DJB sitting in a nice comfortable spot. They've got a great control of this jungle as well. There's not much that N19 is going to be able to do. Ooh, looking for a little bit of a shots onto NAKA. Look how much they're bursting him down. He's going to have to use his flash to get to safety right now as the rest of the team raining damage down onto that tower. Here come the suppressive fire from N19 to try to fend off this attack. But man, that's just already showing you how quickly they were able to burst down NAKA on that Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, Laku was trying to tease a little bit, just like jumping through the bush, but that just shredded his health bar and he had to retreat and get back to space. So that puts his team a little bit behind now, trying to work on this other tower in the mid lane, pushing the tower straight to the inhibitor through the mid lane. That opens up the map significantly for the side of DJB.
Yeah, right now they're able to go ahead and get a little bit of their jungle, trying to get any type of scraps that they can. About a 3K gold lead. They've been able to steadily keep it at that 7-minute mark. Once you start, I mean, they haven't been able to find a fight in their favor. Unfortunate for the side of N19. Ooh, actually might be able to, they're looking for Futsi. B tier mid might be in trouble here. Does get the pull. He wants to get a kill, hopefully, before he dies, but that is 4 members. And oh, you don't want to be taking deaths like that, especially when the game is still kind of in your hands. You have a little bit of, you still have some wiggle room, and you're not completely out of it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 3K gold deficit for the side of N19. The Fuz is continuing his side lane push strategy throughout this game as well, trying to split push, but
Blue
you
team
kind of want to
has
do more in a
destroyed a
team
tower.
fight with the hero that you picked, right? You want to be able to join these team fights and actually contribute and help your team secure some of these team fights. But so far, he's not been able to make a presence in that sense yet. So we have to see if he will adjust his strategy towards the later points of the game. But it is a 5K gold lead for the side of DJB Club, and right now at 8K mark, 8-minute mark of the game, already opening the map for themselves.
Yeah, for me, I'm trying to think of like what you're gonna do. What can you possibly try to do? Oh, infinite vastness already used by Kevin, but especially when the enemy starts trying to pull onto your core or get you underneath the tower. What can you as a team do to try to offset DJB? You could try to get to that back lane, but there's so much to worry about in that back line that if you try to like jump over like a bear from zero, you're gonna have Eternal, who's got a ton of CC, God, who's got a huge ultimate that he can launch onto you, so that even if you jump onto that back line, try to get to those squishies, you're definitely putting yourself into harm's way. So then you're at a point where you want to play safe, but you have an Agudo on the team that can really tear up your towers when they try to siege it. And so now you're stuck trying to just try to play safe and let the inevitable chokehold take hold of you. And right now there's really not much N19 can do unless they try to force a play here, try to find somebody out or get the advantage somehow.
I mean, absolutely. DJB right now grabbing N19, gripping them at the neck and putting them at a chokehold right now. Looked like Long was trying to do a little bit more farming and slip push a bit more, but just not as mobile as something that you have if you have an early that he was able to lock in the first two games. Now, a lot big pop-up coming in from DJB, a lot of CC. I feel like these CC have been very critical for DJB in securing the last two games so far.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight, not much that N19 can do. Liam Poe doing a great job kind of keeping that separation. Here, now they're going to see that Kevin was up at top. I thought he was going to go ahead and try to start that Overlord, but I don't think he had enough damage, so it would have been a futile for him anyway. Big push up at top. That's going to be great. Hopefully a tier 2 down for N19 to kind of get some type of momentum from DJB Club here. Nope, they got all 5 members here. Does look like Chicha is going to go up to the top to try to answer that, as they do take down a tier 2 tower of DJB. Still no cracks in that mid lane, which would really help the momentum of N19, really open up the map and give them some wiggle room. But I mean, DJB's been doing such a great job of protecting it. Oh, next big pull up there. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there. Ferd with the unruly blade really deep in the enemy territory underneath a tower. They do find themselves a tower there. Down goes Immortal on the flowboard. So a little bit of momentum for N19 as they find the cracks and are able to take down that mid tower.
Yeah, when you're facing incredible odds like they're facing in this game, you need to find these openings, these cracks, and find these sneaky plays back into the game, right? They're targeting the damage dealers, the late game carries, and they're doing a great job finally being able to secure an objective of their own. And this Shadow Overlord will be very important for the side of the 19 to push and open up some of these maps.
5-1 under a 4K gold lead. N19 finding a little bit of momentum in their favor. Still haven't made the movement that they want on that mid lane, but they're showing that they can take a few of these fights. Ooh, the big, speaking of fights here, down at the bottom, looking to put on the damage, and Futsi gets put into his place by the Chicha here. Banoon unloading onto him. B tier mid. I think what you said is exactly the point too. It becomes into a mental thing at some point when you start taking so many losses to the point that you're like, what do I do? How do I kind of counter this? And you start losing a lot of the little training, the don't to get caught alone, things that you want to be an advantage. You just start playing like you're at such a disadvantage that you don't know what to do.
I don't even think he was caught there. He actually kind of asked it for himself. Like, he wanted to face up against the Chicha like one-on-one. And we've seen that in the top lane as well. Like, he was waiting for Chicha. Chicha standing there by himself as a battle marksman slash flash laner, just being able to do 1v1 so well and sitting there with a red buff. You do not want to be fighting him when your team has the advantage and has these overlords pushing in. You don't want to die to that, but you can see it really got to his mentals. And BTR Mid is not playing a team games right now. He is playing a 1 versus 1, and his only target seems like Chicha.
Yeah, might be a case of that history. Maybe he thought he was Inigo Montoya. He's like, you killed my father, prepare to die. But that didn't go off into his favor like he wanted it to. That 1v1 absolutely on the side of DJB there. So, I mean, 6-1 right now. About a 5K gold lead for DJB. And you see here, they're looking for a fight. Oh, they found one there. Ferd has to use that unruly blade. He escaped very quickly. Annihilation laser goes out wide. Here comes B-tier mid. He's turned around. He's like, nope, not going for that. This is not the bathroom. Let me go ahead, find myself back around, but toward my team. They're looking for a position here. I think they know they need to make something happen here. This is going to be the last opportunity that they have if they really want to be able to get the momentum. On the other side, you see a big flash comes out and spraying out the damage onto the side of N19. They're taking a little long onto this on the back side. We do have that infinite vastness going out. Kevin has to use it to get himself to safety. Is that going to mean, oh yeah, he got bursted down to about 50%. That means a huge amount of damage is going to be missing for N19. The whole of them turn away from this Tyrant, which allowed DJB to pick it up freely.
I mean, they had the right idea there. They had that intention to kind of delay DJB and kind of reset the Tyrant actually twice, but they were unable to follow up. And with Long just trying to find that opening, but getting caught in the bush. So great job for the side of DJB actually checking the bush and finding him there. And that reset and that retreat helped DJB take the Tyrant at ease, and now they're looking to secure this area around the Overlord and potentially getting another objective into their pocket.
Yeah, and you just saw there Banoon kind of flash in, find a good angle, and able to burst Pigwin down as well. Pigwin's had such a great time in these on Saturday and a few of the first games that we had here tonight in that mid lane. Unfortunately, he's just been shut down. It takes a little bit long for Anua to come online. You're really waiting to the back end of that mid lane. Ooh, coming in, Annihilation Laser comes out, bursts down the jungler to about half health. Now looking for an escape. Yaka in trouble, gonna use that flash and a dash as well. Ferd, being the tanky self he is on that dune, but no worse for wear. B-tier mid trying to come in, but he's not really doing a lot of damage to that tower. He's gonna try to take down these minions. Do they see him just yet? This might be he's gonna have to run. He took some tower shots from there as well. 2 members from the side of DJB. He wants the tower. He says, I respawn, your tower will not. Unfortunately, that's gonna leave open DJB to pick up this Overlord on the top lane.
I mean, at what cost, right? Foods right now, he is playing that feeding strategy just in return for a tower. But it does put his team at a 4-man disadvantage here. Probably unable to secure this Overlord. I feel like a lot of these team fights we've seen from N19 are at a man disadvantage, right? They were trying to poke a little bit with 3 versus 5 early on, with Nuwa just at the bot lane, and now they're just leaving another Overlord free to grab for the side of DJB. You don't want to see that at this point of the game. These buffs are going to get stronger and stronger towards the late game, and you don't have a tower advantage. You still have the mid lane tower. They're sitting still at full health.
Yeah, and you can't even really make a Hail Mary play when you have a player down, because you're basically just kind of signing your own death warrants. You want to, at the very least, have a 5v5, then try to make a play because you don't want to sit inside your base. Look at how much ping Penguin got bursted down there. Pop up, there comes. We're diving deep onto the back line. Annihilation laser connects onto 2 from the side. We have the infinite vastness coming out from Kevin. Is he going to get himself into a position where he can deal out some damage? Look at how much comes on. Down goes Ferd, taken down by, I believe that was Banoon who was able to take him down. But man, look at the damage coming out. And this is unfortunate for N19. Dragons at their base, minions and members at their base as well, looking to try to offset this. Down goes 2 down for the side of DJB. Banoon back up, looking for a shutdown. They're able to turn this back around, trying to chase DJB. Can they find the momentum? Down goes Zero, chasing God out of their jungle.
Oh my goodness, look at that face just standing there with a sliver of health left. I mean, DJB was too eager to close the game. They don't want to drag it on anymore, but unable to actually finish it off, just still standing with 1 bit of health bar left. And that gives an opening for N19 to take down this last Tyrant before we get the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to take down the Tyrant. They're going to try to clear out this jungle very quickly and then start moving on to these towers if they can. God, he's not going to really be able to have an effect here except to go ahead and give that vision, feed that information to his team so that they know where they need to be able to attack to try to withstand this. Turned around right now to the point where it is less than a 1K gold lead for the side of DJB. Big earners for the side of N19. You can see, I mean, even with a lot of the deaths there, Footsie, B tier mid on that Footsie doing a great job trying to keep up with the gold, now doing his job when it comes to a lot of that split pushing. But the question for me comes, do we continue on with the split pushing? Do we go on to try to get a major team fight here, especially with the Tempest Dragon out in a second?
Yeah, I mean, we are at the 20-minute mark, right? Both teams are decked out in items, potentially selling some items and getting new ones as well, right? So the gold difference is not going to matter at this point of the game. You need to be able to find your strategy and understand what you can, what is the play that will win you the game. Now both Clash laner are just trying to push the lane down and be prepared for this Tempest Dragon fight, right? Looks like Flowborn is going to have to go back to clear this lane, but N19 unable to actually start on this Tempest. I don't think either team wants to be the initiator on this Tempest Dragon. They want to bait the enemy team into starting it and potentially wiping them out with this one team fight, and that might be just enough to close out the game.
Well, the problem here for N19 is because they have no more high ground towers, they have a limit on the engagements. There is a time limit. The longer they spend out here fighting, the longer they spend not answering their side lanes, the worse it's going to be. Now they're going to double up on the Chicha, try to push this lane. Big immortality coming out here. This proc and taken down. You can see Zero coming in from the side. The rest of the team's going to go ahead, try to find the flank. Infinite vastness has been used. We're looking for an escape for our members here. Are we going to be able to find it? Resurrecting right now is N19. Immortal in a good position here. A great takedown there for B tier mid. Turning it on to DJB, looking for the safety of their tower. Resurrecting another time is Immortal. Auto attacks, be darned. He is able to find the safety of his tower. N19 need to get away. They are so low, 50% down, and you're fighting underneath the tower of DJB where they can fill up quickly. Now trying to stop out these lanes, and they have to reset. They don't have an advantage. They only have 2 members down. They need to immediately go for this Tempest Dragons, hope that they can get it. You can see Ford doing his best on there. They don't really have the big damage there as a B tier mid's kind of hiding out, looking for the angle, looking for somebody that he can chase down here on the side lane. Are they going to be able to find it?
I mean, what he really needs to do right now is kind of create that space for his team to take down this Tempest Dragon, but they kind of missed their chance, right? Agudo is back and resurrected, and now it's the 5 versus 5 at this team, at this Tempest pit. And with the mid lane pushing down for N19, they need to find a good position and actually, taking down Agudo. Here goes jungler with the smite for DJB.
That is a big tanky boy taken down for the side of DJB. Agudo is down 0. Got caught out there from the side here in a nice little tight spot. Looking to put on the damage onto God. They dive in. Look at them turn that around. Banoon with the firepower unloading onto N19 as they gather up looking for an angle to get in here. You can see B tier mid is going to have to go back to base. And this is what we were talking about. Now they're going to start putting their energy onto the Tempest Dragon. A time limit as the lanes start creeping towards their core. B tier mid has to separate from the team, and just like that, God caught a cross from the side of N19, gets taken down. The Tempest Dragon is at 50%, but now they're starting to juggle this as they have two members kind of like sitting here up in front, going deep into the back line, sacrificing himself. Ayaka gets taken down, allows N19 the time they needed to be able to take down the Tempest Dragon. Now DJB in a bad way, having to return back to base as they have Tempest Dragons swooping down all 3 lanes.
I mean, a B tier mid finally clearing his name. He's come online towards the late game, and you can see how much contribution he can actually make into the team fight if he was just there and helping his team out, right? Long has come online. The escape that he has with his dragon form is so critical because so many times he was able to live with a sliver of health because he's able to get away. And now with the Tempest buff that they have and 5 men just marching, I mean 4 men marching down, they should be able to close out this game.
Well, it's going to be a very dangerous thing for them to have to do. Banoon is down on the side of DJB, but they still need to be careful of some of these high grounds. They still have a big angle, a big ability on the side of DJB to get to those back lines, to be able to close the distance, to get to those squishier heroes. And I think this Tempest Dragons actually might kind of be a little bit wasted. You see Futsi escorting one down at the bottom, B tier mid, looking for an angle. He's going to be met by the rest of the team. Annihilation Laser goes out, connects onto 4 members, chunking them down to 50%. They immediately go back to base. You see the CC coming on to the side of N19. Do they have the focus to be able to take it down? Dying underneath the tower. They do find the Chicha. Down goes B tier mid, answering 1 for 1 and back and forth. Pigwin able to find a kill of his own onto God. Can they find this? What a fight right now for the 5th game here. Neither team wanting to give up an inch. The Tempest Dragons are flapping their wings at the core right now. DJB answering the call. 3 down for DJB, 2 down for N19. Can they focus the towers? Look at the chip damage coming down onto the core. Looking for it. 50% right now. N19 trying to press their advantage. Minions coming. Are DJB going to be able to stop and focus fire? N19 walk away with the final victory.
Wow, what an incredible series. I mean, N19 finally pulled through, and that was an exhilarating game, Private. That was probably a 23-minute game from both sides. Both sides gave it their all. You can see Futsu there died 5 times. Split pushing a lot, playing 1v1 a lot, but when he was able to return to his team and play as a team, the 5 men together, they're able to ultimately secure this victory. And now they are the runner-up, and they are going to face up against the challenger, the champion of the previous 2 weeks.
Able to shut down the reverse sweep from DJB Club. N19 pull out a whopper of a match there. B tier mid, like I said, we gave him a lot of crap for some of the, I don't even want to say gave him some crap. He got caught a lot in the early game, choosing a lot of heroes that really shine in that late game. He did his job of trying to split push, trying to get around the map to kind of create that pressure, give his team to lengthen out the game. His goal was not to find kills. His goal really wasn't even to push. It was basically to create time to get his team at a point where they were at an even kilt with DJB Club because they were so far behind. Finally able to kind of get to an even kilt when they got to the Tempest Dragon, and finally able to find that win. And it was not without a struggle as DJB fought tooth and nail for that final push to try to defend their core.
I mean, they were almost able to defend, right? They were almost able to kind of take down Kevin on that lone. And if Kevin was to die before the Fulbur Marksman, maybe we can see one more team fight happening and the game just going on a little bit longer, right? But definitely both teams gave it their all, and N19 secured themselves in the second seeding now. Looking at the current standing, N19 will claim victorious up against DJB, and now they will fight their ultimate lord, BYL.
Yes, and this is the first time any team has broken with tradition, knocking. It's usually been DJB Club up here in the last 3 weeks to take on BYL. N19 dethroning them in a surprise. I want to say a lot of the momentum, a lot of people had DJB winning this over N19. Big surprise for them with how strong they were able to fight, and maybe, just maybe, enough in the tank to take down our current kings.
I mean, they have the momentum, right? They had so much practice through this week. They had yesterday full day of practice. They're that one team that made it through the entire day yesterday, and today they played 5 full games, very long to the distant games against DJB Club, and now they're all warmed up. But do they still have the energy and that mentality to go up against BYL, who's been very comfortable and just relaxing there on their spot?
Yeah, they've BYL have had fairly easy weeks. I want to say, just playing on Sunday. They only have to play one series. If they win that, they walk away. Here, maybe a challenger, especially as that has been able to. There's some challenges here now that are able to kind of answer back and really have shown how much in question things can be when it comes to team. There's no for sure answers, no for sure stronger teams here, as we've just witnessed.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We thought that DJB Club had it in their pocket, right? They came back for 2 whole games and almost in putting that series into a tie, but ultimately N19 just continued their own momentum and ultimately came on top. So an incredible series for today so far, and up next we will see BYL taking on N19 this time, something fresh for the audience. So make sure you take some water, take some popcorn, and come back to us as we take a short break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
What happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NAKA Season 1. This is day 2 of week 3, the last King of the Hills of the arena stage. I'm your caster Liz, joined alongside Private.
Yeah, we just got through with an exciting, wary 5-game series. Went the complete distance in which N19 showed their resolve, able to come through when all the smoke cleared. Now on their way to the top of the mountain to see if they can dethrone our current champions.
Yeah, this will be the last phase 3 we see in the arena stage. Let's take a look at the tournament format. We've had 3 weeks of this, right? We had phase 1, phase 2, now in phase 3, 2 best out of 5s every week going to the distance. Now, for next week, our last week of this tournament will be the playoff stage. Now, for the playoffs, everyone, please join our Discord because the playoffs standings of 4 teams will be announced in our Discord. So make sure you go to the link in the description and join our Discord.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know, when it comes to that, you will have a little bit of power in seeing who will be making it to the top of, or to who will be making it for a chance in those playoffs. But let's show you what all of these teams are fighting for. One of the biggest prize pools in the community region here for North America, $6,000 total and 62,500 tokens total for these teams if they can make it to the top of this mountain. You can see here for the first 3 weeks, we are at week 3 right now. It has been each and every single week $1,000 awarded to our first place, the King of the Arena. That will be ending here this week, the final week for that $1,000. And then as we move on to the playoffs, you can see the split for the prize pool there. First place will be walking out with $2,000, 12,500 tokens. Second place with $700 and 10,000 tokens. And third place after our playoffs will be third, $300 and 10,000 tokens.
Yeah, second and third place have a pretty big cash prize difference, but they will both be walking away with 10,000 tokens. That's a lot of tokens for everyone to grab a nice skin. And for all of the viewers who are still watching us and tuning in, make sure right now you pull out your phones because you have a chance to luckily type in one of these codes, be the first one to type in one of these codes to secure yourself a Forever Warrior skin, one of these skins in the patch. So make sure you type that code. And I know there's a lot of codes you see on screen. There's only one winner for each code. So luck is in play here. But if you can take a screenshot of that, remind you guys, you can actually just try out the different codes and maybe you'll get a skin. So make sure you put out your phone, take a screenshot, get what you need to do and get one of these skins. We want to reward the viewers like the players get with the tokens. You can also get away with some nice skins.
Yeah, or maybe if it's a little boring in your life and you'd like a little bit of a challenge, don't screenshot it and try to write those codes down by heart in your phone. Just if you would like a little bit of a challenge in your life. Speaking of challenge, both teams that we are about to see here compete have shown that they can muster up to the challenge of the top in North America. It's BYL going up against newcomers, at least newcomers to the top of North America, N19. As we go ahead, BYL here going to be brought up to Clash Lane, going to be Jewishing. The jungler will be 27. The mid laner will be brought up by Ice. A roaming position will be Zhuan, and the farm lane by Ching.
Yeah, some familiar names They have been a powerhouse throughout this tournament now. For N19, they were on a roll. They're on a roll this entire week. For the Clash lane, B tier mid, for the jungle, Fred, for the mid lane, Sway, for the roam, Ayaka, and for the farm lane, Kevin, and Pigwin actually making a name for himself in the mid lane despite being put as a
Yeah, and that's a huge mark there too. I'm actually, I'd be a little insulted that I'm still kind of looking at a bench warming position. I need to be up there at mid because he has had quite an effect at that mid lane and been such an inclusive role. We've seen a lot of MVPs coming out from him, whether it's on that My Share Anu, whether it's on the NUA, so many picks that he's been able to play and survived and played an intricate role in N19's success here in the last 2 days. And with that last game, we saw how much we're about to find out how much they have left in the tank. Are they going to be kind of like worn out? I mean, that was an actual war that they went through in the last series, or are they going to be able to take that momentum here and turn it into victory?
Yeah, I mean, they've had an entire couple hours of fighting today and very intense games. So now they're going to be taking us into the first game of the series. Let's look at the draft and what the teams have picked out so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing too for me, I almost wonder, like, I can see if maybe it's been 12 hours and you're a little worn out. Here, I mean, you've got the momentum at your back. You're not going to have anybody who's really kind of like cold or doesn't maybe misjudges something on your team. Everybody is very warmed up. You've been playing for about I want to say 3 hours now in a war, and are you going to be able to take that momentum? That I'm very excited to see how they do against a BYL, who will have the first pickup here, and they're going to go with the NUA pick.
Yeah, NUA has been very successful in the mid lane. She offers a lot of just a different playmaking potential as well if you're able to master her kit, right? And at this caliber, these players are able to play her out so well. She offers that the damage that she does, as well as being so far away. So you really need to get to the back line. But I really like this Agudo pick. And we know how scary BYL is on the Agudo. So taking that in the hands of N19 is almost as 9 BYL from having it in line for them.
Yeah, really interesting here is that they go with the pairing on the Dolia, which I haven't seen a lot. Makes me think that you basically had doubles on somebody. And we're going to have to see what that can go and do this thing. We have our army pick up on N19 as well. Are they going to be able to kind of get setting attention? And I can actually speak out now. One of the only pick is Dharma. You're going to have that mantra. You're going to be able to see if they're going to be able to find anything to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the Dharma pick, he's been banned out a lot throughout this tournament, and we've seen him find so much success. If you're able to kind of find that 5-man knockup or just have that wombo combo, you have so much potential to make plays and secure an advantage for your team. I really like some of this pick that N19 has in store for us. The Dahlia, we haven't seen her perform today, but she is a really viable support right now, especially paired up with the Dharma as well. On the side of BYL, we have the NUA. She's a really viable mid lane. They are considering banning out some mid laners for the side of N19. Some options still available. And in the Mai, we've seen it ban out for N19 all throughout the series. I don't know if BYL actually caught that. Pigwin did really well on the Mai. Oh, and actually there goes the Mai. It's not up for grabs. It does seem like BYL is tuning into the tournament and seeing some of these strong picks that N19 is pulling out.
But with that ban comes the Ganon Mo pick, which we have seen has had a huge impact on the N19 drafts, their compositions. Here, I want to say that looks like looks like they were going for the Yukio pickup, which has a great, I want to say, strength to counter out a lot of the assassin picks. But we haven't seen N19 really go for any of those picks just lately. They've kind of really leaned on the tankier Agudo, the way that they're able to kind of get a lot of momentum under to these towers. My only problem is the last time they pulled out this Agudo pickup, they had a lot of problems enforcing their will, getting that early game advantage, being able to get underneath these towers without being punished. And they had the same type of composition when it was the Ganon Mo as well. You got an early advantage, got some early kill, big damage coming out because Pigwin is just a sniper with a lot of those blades to come out. But unfortunately, they weren't able to really take advantage of that pick.
I mean, right now they still have some options, right? A good pick with the Agudo is actually probably the DNG. I mean, right now you see on the side of UIL, they are going to use that Chicha in the marksman, so you don't have to worry too much about the crazy late game carry of some of these other marksmen, but it does look like Flowborn marksman is still available. This does look very familiar as comp that they went before. But they're going to lock in that Marco Polo. We haven't seen him shine in this tournament so far that much, but it is a good pair up with the team comp right now. Agudo is looking to kind of play out in the macro game. Hopefully this game she'll find more success rotating around the map and putting in that aggression on the lane. So we'll have to see how they execute their win conditions.
Yeah, the Marco Polo is kind of a risk that you don't see too often anymore. He's I want to say one of the people's favorite pickups when it comes to kind of the ease of use and what you can do with him, but he really kind of gets shut down by any and all sort of CC. So you have to be very careful about when you're using him and what you're being able to do with him. But he clears very quickly, has a great force out on that lane. We're gonna see if they can kind of use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I was hoping for something like a DNG, but the Marco Polo, we want to see how he does. And now we're going to go into the first game of the second series of the day up against the champion of the previous 2 weeks.
Man, and right now, I want to say we got kind of an interesting pickup here when you have the Ganon Mo, or you have the Guan Yu out here, who really fulfills this role of being able to come at any angle onto your tower, or when it comes to any angle when it comes to these team fights that you want to do. They don't exactly have something that can stop it just yet.
Yeah, Ganon Mo actually got that little creep, I would say, from the Dun. Early game, just trying to poke out a little bit. You see just now going, you just riding on his horse, and that skin looks pretty epic, guys. So we see not too much happening yet on the map. Agudo did start with the red first, so it does look like she should be able to rotate to the farm lane and put a little bit of pressure there.
I was just gonna remark when I first saw the Guan Yu, I'm like, man, that skin is pretty extra right there. There's a lot going on there. We do see, I mean, a little bit of a slower pickup here by N19. B tier mid. I mean, for me, B tier mid is succeeding as long as he is not dying in the early game. When it comes to me, he does have the tendency to kind of get that little bit of a tunnel vision, but he seems to have cleared it up now. He's not taking any extra damage. He's not poking himself out there when he doesn't need to. He's being very safe, knowing that he needs to be if he wants his team to be successful here in the early game.
Yeah, when you have something like the Dharma, right, you want to be at these team fights. You want to make these plays and get these like 4-man engages and helping your team secure that position for that Dynamo to do the damage. So right now, early game, still early on. Clash laners are still playing in their lane. I do like the matchup that we're seeing so far. I mean, this skin, man, this skin is epic.
Yeah, and right now, what I like from Wishing and coming from B tier mid is that they're doing a great job of clearing out their lanes and rotating to mid to make sure that they're a part of a lot of these fights and make sure they're a part of a lot of these pressure. They are really fighting over this small minion, not really wanting to let anybody take that. And now they turn their attention back to the middle of their lane. Right now, both teams, no kills on the board. They're being very safe with their rotations. Nobody's really invading just yet. And we're going to see as we start to the under a minute for these first objectives.
Yeah, I think even with the farm lane matchup, both of these heroes are able to kind of survive on their own. And obviously, Chicha right now is very strong on the 1v1 compartment, but Marco Polo is not too far behind, can clear his lane, and doesn't need too much peel from his support, which allows it to kind of follow around the mid laner and the jungler and playing that macro game and providing a vision.
Yeah, well, Marco Polo kind of has a little bit of an advantage that when he's within a range, he has a decent amount of, a nice little pickup there coming out from Ice, puts a little damage onto those pig minions and then able to scoop them away from the side of N19. Just those little pickups are going to start stacking up for BYL when it comes to farm and what they need.
Yeah, I mean, for both of these mages, right, they need a lot of farm. They need some items to come online. And as a mid laner, you don't get much farm. You need to take as much resources as possible when you can. And Aguda actually secures his turret.
Oh, yeah, and you can see out there the Truth Monster coming out from B tier mid to go ahead and get that separation from G-Wishing on that Guan Yu, so he's not able to enter the fight. Great job by N19 to kind of read. They get the objective, and they're able to kind of get that separation that they need so it doesn't cost them a life. 430 on the board right now, and nobody has taken a death just yet. I do see that Venomous Staff picked up by Pigwin, so they're going to have a little bit pop up on there, looking for the snipe, and down goes Kevin. Just as I was talking about how patient both of these teams were, BYL come with the sneak in, find a sleepy Kevin, and find the death.
Finding a sleepy Kevin is a little bit too far out into his lane, not having his support to provide any vision, right? Marco Polo lasts on the mobility department, so you really need to be careful. And another takedown of the Dahlia.
Yeah, followed up by a great combination. This is the big points here is that BYL is doing a great job. The entire team knows who they're supposed to be focused on, and they really lay into there. Look at B tier mid actually able to dodge out a little bit of a push there coming out from Ice. But that last kill that they took, Ayaka, absolutely dominated because they all focused. Even an annihilation laser coming out from Ice to help secure that kill for BYL. They're just on another level when it comes to understanding who the target is, focusing him down quickly.
Yeah, playing as a team, right? You need to have that synergy going on. You need to be focusing all your abilities on one target, or at least be on the same page with what you're trying to do as a team. And that is a difference between the different teams that we've seen so far, right? When you want to be competing at the highest caliber, you need to have that synergy going on. Looking at the gold, not a big difference, maybe 2k gold ahead for BYL. It does look like Nuwa is getting some farm in for herself, as well as the jungler on their side being the highest farmed across the map.
I want to say Xing right now really starting to create that separation with Kevin on this floor right now when it comes to that Marco Polo and the Chicha. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead right now in that marksman lane. Now going to go ahead and force our will. Annihilation laser is out there, does strike up the B tier mid from the back line. Wishing does find himself a nice push onto 3 members. Down goes B tier mid and Pigwin, and another one. The Wishing does, he gets taken down because he pushed underneath the tower, so they were able to kind of focus him down, but he, in answer of that, able to get 2 people out of position for N19 and find those kills. A great job, and that is something that's good. They're going to have to be afraid of when it comes to these engagements. A loose Wishing on this Guan Yu that's coming from the back end, that's pushing you out from the safety of your tower.
Yeah, I mean, Wishing, the Guan Yu is one of the strongest flash planers right now, and there's a reason for that, right? And we do see that the Dharma plays really well if you are able to get this NAKA, but Tuition is just able to separate that, and another team fight going on.
Slain an enemy.
Oh, nice. We did see the Marco Polo ultimate come out there. They weren't able to stop it, but they do find the kill onto him. Answered back as well. 2 down for the side of BYL. Looking for an answer. They are, but N19 able to squeeze themselves away back to the safety of their tower. Kevin came in, put a good amount of damage onto BYL.
Yeah, for the side of N19, right, they need to get the Dynamo farm. They need to have some items on him. Right now, he's just lacking on the damage component and also the positioning, right? For BYL, they're pretty mobile heroes. I think Nuwa is the one of the key targets that will be standing in the backline for the Dynamo to hit. But just right now, he's not having enough damage and not finding the open that he needs to really let his skills shine.
Yeah, right now you can see BYL really kind of forcing their way here onto this objective. Not really much of an answer that can come out from N19, trying to pick some pot shots out there. And you see Xuan doing a good job trying to get in there, bait out some abilities, but N19 not really taking the bait just yet, being very patient, waiting their turns, waiting for somebody to kind of get close enough for them to be able to latch onto.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many squishy targets outside of BYL for this Dynamo to really take down at this point, so he's not doing that much for his team in the early game as a burst mage that so heavily relies on items. We've seen some games where Dynamo was really successful in the early game, but that primarily relies on the enemy team having very squishy backliners. But this game for BYL, they're lacking that, and it'll be very hard for Dynamo to find his targets and actually make a presence for himself.
Well, the problem is you got too many heroes that can close the distance on him. You got Jay Wishing that can come from the side and be able to push into him. Xuan on the Leon Poe that can get that ultimate and really dive deep into the back line. And then you've got the sniping coming out from Ice, who's been absolutely obliterating with these annihilation lasers. It's really going to come down to, can we protect Ganenmo and can we punish the enemy for going so far back when they eventually come in? Oh, look at that. Kevin actually coming in here. Comes in with a little bit of a dash. Does take down Jay Wishing in a very dominating performance on this Marco Polo. Now the rest of the team, N19, chasing down the rest of BYL, looking for the kill. Xuan there to answer the call, peeling for his mage. But this does open it up for N19 to start focusing onto this Tyrant.
Yeah, finally coming online with Marco Polo and the Dynamo. Guan Yu was a little bit aggressive there, just fearless in his little horsey there, just cutting the lane, right? But you need to be careful as the damager starts coming online. You could be taken out of position. And now another team fight happened in the mid lane. Lives with a sliver of health.
Yeah, I'm waiting for an annihilation laser to come out. And it does, taking down a Yaka. Nowhere is safe. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Ice has just been so good on this Nuwa that there was no other read on the map, but annihilation laser to kind of chase him down, find that kill. And I mean, man, BYL have been on a roll. They were able to go ahead. I had it confused. It was BYL who focused on the Tyrant and N19 who went on to the Overlord. So both teams do have an objective in their pockets, but I want to say right now, BYL just doing such a great job of getting that macro, pushing into enemy territory here.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, right now we're looking at about a 3,000 gold lead in favor of BYL, but the macro, they're playing a much better macro game versus N19. And also, this Agudo, we haven't seen him make that much of an impact in this game that we've seen in some of these other games that a team like N19 or like the BYL has been playing with the Agudo.
Well, they're because I want to say the engagements, we're playing BYL's game right now. We're engaging when they want to. We're able to kind of push when they want to. And the problem with that is every single time that happens, you're backing up into your own tower and you're having a problem with Jay Wishing finding a great flank onto the enemy team. Big pop up there comes in there. You do see Nuo with the teleport coming in. Down goes the Dharma. B-Tier Mid gets taken out there from the side. Coming in for the scoop. You do see the Guan Yu gets taken out, but the damage has been done. 3 members down for the side of N19. They do lose 2 here, but I do believe that is an advantage for BYL, as you can see them continuing to enforce that macro on this map and pushing into these towers. They haven't even broken down. N19 hasn't even been able to break into their mid lane towers yet.
Yeah, I mean, they understand the assignment, right? They turn every successful team fight, every dive into a lead, into an advantage, and into an objective taken down. They're playing the macro game. They are not letting the towers go on in favor of the side of N19, and they're really already hitting, I would say, a power spike for some of these heroes. You see how much damage Ice is doing on the Nuwa. She has some items in her pocket right now and sitting pretty comfortably at several K gold ahead of the side of N19.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got the anti-heal, you've got the Venomous Staff, you've got the Mask of Agony, you've got the Twilight Stream already on her. So she's already at a point where you're in the late game Nua. You're able to push out a huge amount of damage. I'm a little curious as to why Kevin went with the Marco Polo. I do believe, if I'm correct, that they are going with a global ban here. So maybe this is a readout from Kevin to kind of save some of his favored marksmen for a little bit later. Oh, and you see him coming in with that beautiful fevered barrage into the back line, but he gets taken out as well. Able to find the kill onto Ching. They return the favor, taking down Ayaka. A big unruly blade comes in to pop up 2 members of N19. They do turn around, but the pressure already beginning to mount at the high grounds of N19.
No, that is a great point, Private. That explains a lot. So this will be the players have to decide themselves to do a global ban pick. So that then the strategy really comes into play, right? You need to know what you want to play for each game. You only have 1 chance to play these meta heroes, and now they're already wasting out that Gudo on the side of N19. Potentially a global ban pick. We'll have to see as we progress throughout this game, but right now the Tyrant looks like the Shadow Tyrant looks like it's going into the hands of Dunn uncontested.
Dark Tyrant.
Yeah, but Wishing here, waiting, lying in wait, looking for an opportunity to come in here. Is he going to be able to kind of turn this around? They have reset the Overlord, looking for the rest of the team to kind of come in here from the flank. The rest of the team has to go down 2, 3 down for the side of N19. Pigwin, Ayaka, and Kevin suffer a horrid fate as a great little bit of a wait there from Wishing, waiting for them to get low enough onto that Overlord. Then he made his move. Now BYL gonna go ahead, take down this high ground tower at the top, moving surgically to the second one at the mid lane. Oh, and a big amount of damage there is going to be able to take down B tier mid and open core right now with minions knocking at the gate. Will N19 be able to stop it? 16-9 at the 16-minute mark. BYL are victorious.
BYL taking down the first game, a first victory into their pocket and breaking off the momentum that N19 has been leaning on throughout this week so far. So BYL playing a very successful game, and you can really see Chain there popping off with that Chicha being a menace on the map. 36% damage.
Yeah, 36% damage there, doing a great job of kind of laying waste onto them. And this is just another example, like I was talking about before, where you had the Agudo on your team, but you were not really able to take advantage of where the Agudo shine. And that's being able to get the macro, get underneath the towers, really push the enemy team back. It was all BYL from the early game too, able to kind of push N19 under their tower, push them back with a lot of these engagements. And once they're pushed back, you have Wishing coming in from every different angle and not really a way to stop him from doing that. None of the mages, I want to say, that I've seen, the Nuwa, the Gan and Mo, you really want some AoE like a Princess Frost or a Lady Shen, something to be able to kind of really CC him down from being able to steamroll all over your team the way Wishing was.
Yeah, I do think the Lady Gem might have been a better pick here in the last game in particular, with the amount of just gap closers and fighters that they have in the comp, right? I think Marco Polo is sometimes picked up against some of these fighter heroes, but with this current patch, his early game, his scaling with his bullet, it has been decreased, so it's not as strong as before. So last game, I think towards the end of the game, some of the team fights, we can't see a lot of damage getting shredded out from the side of Marco Polo. He's not doing as much impact, so that's why they're not able to take the opponent down, and at the end of the day, they will get reversed sweeps and a decisive victory going in for BYL.
Yeah, very decisive there. And unfortunately, I think I made a mistake. We don't know for sure yet if they are trying to do global bans. At this level, usually some of the teams try to agree to it and see if that's what they want to do. They can always play the normal banning system that we allow here, but they sometimes want to add a little bit of that spice. Either way, the Marco Polo pick was an interesting one, just because, like I said, there's a lot that stands in the way for Marco Polo to be very successful. He was able to get on a lot of those fevered barrages, but while he was putting on damage, he wasn't able to get out of it. Every single time, it was basically a death sentence. Get the fevered barrage, spray the damage onto the enemy team, and then get CC'd and eaten up by the enemy, as you would see him do that, and then somebody would get the kill onto him. So it's a very interesting reasoning that we would try to go for that type of pick when we've been pretty successful with a wide berth of different heroes in that lane thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it does true damage. It is pretty good 1v1 up against some of these fighters, but I just think Chicha right now is pretty overpowered, and in the right hands, you can see how much impact Chicha was able to make throughout the map. So we confirmed with the team they're actually not going to pursue the global ban pick, so all of these picks that the players have been using are still available for grabs for whichever team. So that does give them opportunity to potentially take out the Aguro again for the side of N9 team. I'm not sure if they're still down to do that. Let's look at the second draft of the series after that win from BYL.
Yeah, BYL basically showing why they are so dominant here so far and have sat pretty comfortably at the top of the Kings Arena for the last 3 weeks so far. Here, N19 going to go ahead and take out that new pick. BYL very wisely taking out the Zhongfei. Regardless of, I want to say I don't believe it's been very successful here today. The one time it was let out, N19 I do think actually suffered a loss with it, despite how successful they were in the overall series of it. But it's still something that I want to say that they have that NAKA has been very successful on. In fact, I mean, it's almost at a point like it almost feels like cheating. I think every single robe has been very successful on a Zhongfei play thus far. So BYL doing a good job kind of limiting the type of engagement they want to have and the type of compositions they want to go against.
Seems like Chicha is indeed the prio pick for these teams. Chicha did really well in the previous game, so now Kevin has locked that in, taking out the Nuwa. The Nuwa actually did a lot it played a lot of impact in the previous game, right? So they don't want to deal with it, they don't want to grab it. They know that if they lock in Chicha, BYL will have another chance at the Nuwa, and they don't want to deal with it. So a good ban and prioritization coming in from them. But they forget that BYL, one of their national champion heroes, is actually the Mai Shirnoi.
Yeah, pair that up with a Lapu Lapu. You've got an early game from BYL that is just plain scary. Ooh, are we? Oh, I was about to say, are we hovering over Zhuangzi? But we're not.
The Zhuangzi. Great anti-CC for Zhuangzhou, but I don't think we're going to see him in this meta right now. There's just better picks available. The Aguro gets locked in again, not going to give up. Ferd just wants to prove that his Aguro is just as overpowered as everyone else's. This game, they have a lot more mobility this game, so I do think it could be more successful than the previous that we've seen so far. But they are looking at a Mai Shirnoi who can give a lot of trouble to the Aguro in the early game farm.
Yeah, and this is kind of my problem here right now. Agudo really shines when you have some early game to accompany you, to really help something tanky that will help you underneath the tower when you're trying to siege it, and something else that helps you through the early game, perhaps a mage that is very quick with the clears and able to kind of escort you to get to those bottom or to the top lanes where you can do the sieging potential. Just it on the back of an Agudo, I'm not in huge favor for it. I'm wondering if this was picked up just because there was the fear of BYL using it against them. Because I mean, Agudo with a Mai Shiranui, with a Lapu. I mean, I think that would have been a ruined game for N19. So this might have been like one of those, we have to take it off the table before they get their pick.
So, I mean, Agudo looks pretty good on the BYL side if it was available there, but some options still available for a pairing with the Agudo. The Yu-Huan is actually pretty good still in this patch, I would say. It provides a lot of healing as well, but the Shi, we haven't seen it so far. They are looking through their pocket right now to see what they want to lock in for that mid lane role as well as the support. They're missing both of these. They have the late game carry with the Arlie, but Dahlia last game I wouldn't say it was very successful paired up with the Agudo, so they do lock in that Yu-Huan, who right now is still used mostly as a roamer.
Yeah, mostly as a roamer, but I mean, it's hard to deny the effect that they usually have in that mid lane, where you just got so much area that you cover and a lot of your abilities cover. So you do get that healing coming from it, but there's still a wide amount of CC that you can throw out there. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do with this. Yeah,
they are considering locking in that Chano's really good against one of the counters up against the Arlie, but some other options. Arian is pretty good in this patch. They are juggling between the picks right now, but I do think Chano is pretty good here with their comp, and that is indeed what they lock in for the side of BYL.
Yeah, when it's very interesting. Like I said, there's a lot of early game that's coming out from the side of BYL. I do like the Yuan just because I feel like it can be a good counter to actually put on some damage out of the Mai Shiranui in that mid lane, but we're gonna have to see how well they're able to clear up and get to those side lanes to be supportive.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Princess Frost a lot in this tournament so far. In the previous, I would say in the summer seasons, Yuan,
Princess Frost, yeah.
Princess Frost is actually paired up against a lot with the Liang. Is a good combo, having them two together. But alone, sometimes the stun doesn't hit as quickly as precisely as you want it to do. So we'll have to see how it actually plays out in this tournament. And the second game is ready. So let's see how the teams are doing so far.
Yeah, you bring up a great point there, is that, yeah, usually when you see a Princess Fraud, it's paired with some other type of CC so that you can really land a lot of that CC that she can really bright out there. A Liang is a big one. Dong Huang is another one that really helps lock them down. Here, I mean, you've got the Unending Sorrow from a NAKA that can come out, so that's a great initiation tool. You get a little bit of a speed boost with it too to kind of get out there, get the stun, and maybe that's where Pigwin's going to be able to kind of come in, maybe get that flash out there to find that immense amount of CC, and that's probably what they're looking at trying to do here. Be very interesting to see how that unravels here, because the composition coming from BYL, it's not exactly that tanky front line that you usually are used to using a Princess Frost in, if I'm correct here. Like, you usually want that the big slowy tanky guys that are going to try to rush you from the front is where she really kind of shines.
Or at least right now for BYL, they have a lot of mobility on their side, so it'll be hard to really target anyone down. They have a pretty squishy composition overall with the side of N19. As the team are securing their buffs, everyone watching, we have another giveaway for you. You will see a code on screen for 100 Dragon Crystals, so make sure you screenshot that code, type that code in, and everyone will be able to get a Dragon Crystal, so make sure you type that code in as we continue on with this game.
Yeah, a little bit of a freebie for those of our loyal viewers here. Make sure to go ahead, check out our Discord in the description as well for all the latest and greatest from North America and the NAKA tournament. We do have 3 members. Look like they were waiting for maybe a little bit of an opening here at the bottom, but they decide against waiting too long. As you see now, that mid lane being cleared up there, Ice has to come in there to deal with these minions. Now, 2v2 here at the bottom. Nice little spread there from Xing. Does find the pop-up. A great job by Xuan over there to be able to get in the way, to get in between his marksman and the enemy team there. So no worse for wear as any of these teams, but it just I love to see how well they kind of understand when a gank happens. What do I need to do? What does my roam need to be doing? And they always kind of always have like this picture perfect plan.
Yeah, I mean, with this Wang Zhaojun or this Princess Frost pick, right? I do think that if you're able to get some, like, for example, if Aguro is able to put some CC and knock up the enemy, you can pair it up with a full wombo combo, all skills from the Wang Zhaojun to really shut one down and burst someone off. But I don't think that is the optimal way to kind of utilize her skill kit, right? So we'll have to see when actually we have a team fight how Wang Zhaojun is actually used out in this in this matchup. So far, Mai is helping out the Toronto right now. Oh, team fight happening.
Yeah, they kind of come in there with that, looking for that unending sorrow. Ayaka has to expend it because it looks like they get baited into a little bit of a fight. You do see that the Mai Shiranui exploded out from that bush, but they don't find any less for wear for either of those teams. Nobody really finding the kills or the advantage that they need. They're both playing very, very safe. I want to say that last game put a lot of respect for both of these teams and what they can do. Big Papa comes on to the Aguro. Might be in a little bit of trouble there. Does throw the bear out there, but they do survive to fight another day.
Yeah, with some of the Arlie, we've seen her rotate to the mid lane, clearing out some waves and trying to get an early farm in so she can really come online and put pressure on the enemy team. Because Arlie is a very mobile hero as well, right? So once she gets some of her items and actually have an impact in the team fight, it will also be harder to take down from the side of BYL. They do have the Ambrosa, who's pretty strong throughout the game. So we'll have to see right now. Tyrant is still up. Oh, get that 1v1 coming in from Ambrosa.
B tier mid just needs to he needs to put that ego aside, set that bag at the door of the gym, and not let it affect you as much, because he is having a rough job when it comes to these 1v1s. Do have the Tyrant out there, but the unending sorrow expended from Ayaka to make sure he isn't ganked as they turn their attention into this mid tower. They're doing actually a great job kind of bursting it down to 50%. They're looking for the stun. Is Pigwin does not find it just yet, and he does force BYL back.
Yeah, I mean, throughout these games with the Aguro on the side of the 19, we've seen it, the Aguro being used more as defensively, defending the tower, and not being the monster that we see a tower diving the opponent team. I mean, up against a team like BYL, they gotta be very careful, and careful is how they play, but it's careful the way to win with their comp.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out here right now, because it does look like they're kind of, I mean, with how they're doing here, you can see a lot of these minions. The little by little, they keep getting these little side minions, the pigs, the top minion, and now they're starting to get themselves some objectives. This starts adding up. It's not huge now. It's only about 1K gold lead for BYL, but they continue to put the pressure on, and they're not letting N19 get much pressure of their own. We saw from the last game, I don't even think they had maybe one tower in the mid lane in advantage for N19. Meanwhile, their own entire mid lane was entirely pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, with a comp like you have the Aguro, you want to be kind of going a tower push rotation strategy, but BYL is doing so well as a team to deny that from N19. And honestly, with this Chicha pick, B-Tier mid is not having, once again, the game of his life.
We did see, I want to say we saw that Pigwin actually face checked one of the bushes there, got caught by ice, able to use that unending sorrow to get away. But we haven't really seen these teams be able to kind of push forward. N19 having a lot of trouble. You can see at the bottom lane, BYL do go ahead and make mincemeat of that bottom tower, now trying to look for a fight. N19 being very, very spacious with their distancing here. They're not trying to get caught. Oh, nice, a nice little fan there. Struck two members of N19 there. Jay Wishing does take a nice little shot there in the back, dropping him to about 30%. But I mean, the domination in all of these lanes is definitely in favor of BYL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have the map control. They have still a 1K gold lead. The gold difference throughout the two games we've seen are not huge, right? But then it's like you mentioned, every little victory, every little advantage they take is able to snowball towards the late game and into a successful team fight and into another objective down. And that is when things start to pile up and the days look grimmer and grimmer for the side of N19.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, it doesn't seem like they're able to actually, like I said, with the last game, they're not fighting fights that they want. It feels like they're always kind of reacting. They're not enforcing their will. There's never an opportunity where it's like, all right, N19, they're going to go for a gank here. It's always, oh, now N19 has to disengage. N19 needs to cover and escape for one of their players who just got caught. It's never a fight that they want, and that's where they need to be. They need to be the initiators if they want to be successful, because now you're always playing BYL's a game here. Oh, looking for a little bit of damage there. They actually might be able to get this Ambrosia locked down, but gets trailed away, able to find and escape. A great job there by 27 to see it on the map and be able to cover the escape for Jay Wishing.
Yeah, that's the power of the Ambrosia, right? That just coming, like, you're shredding it down to the brims of it, but just coming back with one revitalize, and now looking at the bot lane, Arlie actually takes down Ambrosia. A great 1v1 that wasn't captured on the camera, but Arlie is hitting her power spike now.
Yeah, a great job by Kevin to read that Jay Wishing was going to go ahead and try to split push again. Read that out, found the kill. Your team did all of this to keep you safe, and then you end up dying because Kevin was able to read you like a book, knew that you were going to go ahead and try to push that lane anyway. This is going to give them a little bit of advantage on their side. Going to go turn their attention onto this Tyrant and get themselves possibly a tower at bottom. As I say that, Ice on the Maisha Anui. He's going to go ahead and try to stop this wave, looking for the dashes to get away, and the auto attacks are going to be just enough. Kevin able to find a kill onto Ice, putting them on the board. Finally, 2-1 for N19.
Finally putting themselves on the map and closing down that gold gap. Right now, only about 1K gold deficit for the side of UIL. More towers down and another kill going in the hands of Arlie.
Yeah, a big check up there. Great job by Ferd to go ahead and read that out. Found Zhuan, and Zhuan, for some reason, got a little greedy there. Thought he could maybe engage on there. The Princess Frost Pigwin did a great job of freezing him down while the rest of the team condensed their fire into being able to blast him down. 3-1 right now. N19 looking to turn this around.
Yeah, Shren bought a bite of more than he could chew, and giving another shutdown to Arlie. You do not want to see that at this point in the game. It's only 9 minutes into the game. Arlie already finding herself several kills across the map and so much farm in her pocket and ready to make a huge impact for her team.
Ooh, look at all that damage that goes on to Ayaka on that Yuhuan. Ooh, Fan does miss. They're looking for an opportunity to get in here, close the distance onto this dragon. Pigwin does give the distance there. Is it going to be enough? Kevin from the side, 10% left onto this dragon. Are they going to be able to get it and find themselves an escape? Immediately find themselves a kill onto N19. Are they going to be able to return the favor? It does not. Look at Kevin in trouble. He's going to have to use that flash, but puts himself in even worse harm's way of 3 members of BYL. That is 2 kills for BYL onto N19, and that is an unfortunate objective goal for them.
Yeah, right now the kills 3-3 so far across the map. The map looks a lot more even now than it did at the early game, right? So, oh, another takedown by Agudo finally coming online.
Oh, actually, I missed it. N19 was the one who were able to get that Tyrant. So they picked that. They were actually able to steal that from BYL. Unfortunately, BYL does answer it with a kill of their own, but they do have the damage bonus in their pocket. So they're doing it. That's probably what allowed them to kind of latch onto Zhuan and get that damage. Now, BYL doing the best they can to try to defend their lane, even not underneath a tower. Oh, coming in for a little bit of a stun. 27 takes a heap of damage, looking for the escape. Two members there. Big pop-up lands onto Xing, but he able to find an escape underneath his tower.
Yeah, but looking at the gold difference, still 1k gold behind, despite having an extra kill in their pocket, right? So BYL is waiting for their turn and just slowly but surely getting that map back into their control. A bit of a poke happening in the mid pit right now. Looks like the Shadow Overlord has spawned, and BYL looking to take it with little to no contest.
Yeah, but when we saw that gold up there, Qing right now is at like 8 to 9k right now. I think the second highest I saw in N19 was only about 7k, which means Qing is really on his way. You can see him still farming in the jungle as well. So he's doing a great job continuing to farm there. He's at 10.2k right now. Once he starts joining these fights, I believe he is going to melt N19. He just needs to be able to keep his distance now as they go on from the back end. You can see him there. Qing, look at the damage he is laying down onto the team there, being scooped up by the rest of BYL. 3 down. N19 running for the hills. It is just Kevin by himself. Run, Kevin. I don't know if he does find himself a kill, but the umbrella is not able to save him. A complete team wipe for BYL.
A tower.
Oh, just as you mentioned, Qing coming online with that gold in his pocket. He is a rich man, and now that successful wipeout has potentially capitalized himself and catapult into a decisive win once again. BYL with Qing coming online, that might just be it.
Oh, they are actually able to find a kill on there on the Zhuan, who actually tanked a little bit more tower shot than you probably would have wanted. I think they thought they could close this up, except that first initial slow that happens at the base really slowed up the Overlord Dragons there. So they weren't actually able to meet into the core by the time BYL was taking a lot of tower shots, hoping that they could juggle it. And they're going to pay for that. 6 to 8 right now. The momentum still in their favor, but there's those little mistakes that kind of may cost you the game if you aren't careful.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the game, the Mai is falling off. She is not as strong towards the late game up against something like the Princess Frost, right? But the chain, as you mentioned, is ready to roll. As long as he watch out for his position and is able to attack from a comfortable and ideal position, then it'll be really hard to actually shut him down. Look at that, shredding down the Tyrant, and unable to contest is the side of N19.
Yeah, they were looking for maybe an angle to try to come in there, try to find themselves an opportunity. Look at the damage coming on to Pigwin. He's probably going to have to try to get away. Is he going to be able to? Gets bursted down there. Qing there with the kill, finds another one onto them. 3 down for the side of N19, while the rest of BYL live to fight another day. They're going to wait for these minions to come down to the lane before they push onto it. And it's just B tier mid and Ferd here alone to try to stave off this push from BYL. Now chucking down onto the base, 50%, 25%, and that is going to be a dominant second game for BYL.
Another clean game coming in from BYL, another victory in their pocket, 2-0 right now in favor of our champions, the BYL. This will be a last chance, do or die for N19. They had a good week so far. They had a win in the series, first time going up against BYL. They played and dragged out the game towards the late game, but unfortunately BYL still came on top.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a little bit of a hard issue for the side of N19, not able to really play the game that they wanted to, not able to get the initiations. And that's kind of the biggest problem here is it feels like BYL are just one step ahead at every single turn when it comes to rotations, when it comes to ganks, when it comes to kind of those getting those little bit of invades. There's just never a point where N19 can find a kill, get a gank, or do what they want to do, which is to try to get these initiations. If they would have found some initiations, they would have been able to make use of the Agudo or the stun coming out from Ayaka on this Yuhuan. Unfortunately, that just was not the case.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. They made some changes in this game that kind of shown success. We've seen the Agudo come online towards the mid game, but unfortunately, the results was not satisfying. It's still not enough to go up against BYL. And this third game will be the last chance for N19 to make a stand for themselves before BYL takes up a clean sweep.
Yeah, BYL showing why they are at the top of the NAKA mountain and the ladder here on the third week. N19 seems to have hit a wall. A lot of momentum coming into here and a great job of taking down taking down all of their opponents, especially DJB, which I want to say was a surprise for a lot of people. They made those little changes, but man, here, this is a completely different beast that they are taking on right now and struggling with.
Yeah, struggling indeed. Is there light at the end of the tunnel for N19, right? We've seen the Agudo getting picked out one after another. They want to deny it from BYL as well, but is that something that N19 should potentially change? Maybe just ban it out. You haven't been able to find that early game aggression and kind of and leading your team, and instead of following and responding to BYL, right? So maybe there's another strategy they can go into.
Well, the only problem is that we've seen that right now that has been so successful. I'm not sure if there is another plan in the tank that this is where they have had the most success right now, and probably not something that they were prepared to have to abandon so early. It does feel like BYL just kind of, they understand the game on a level when it comes to that Agudo pickup. They're just like, it's not something that is a huge worry for them. But we have another draft underway here, and to see if the N19 can make the changes they need to be successful against BYL, who are at their possible game point.
Yeah, possible match point for BYL. I mean, the series could go either way, right? We've seen the comeback coming in from DJB Club, so it could also go in favor of N19. They could take this game, but this is a very important game. I mean, taking off the Chicha, they haven't been very successful on the Chicha, so just taking it off might be an ease of mind for them, but the Zhang Fei will walk for BYL.
Yeah, and that's something that we talked about a little bit earlier. It's just been very strong for teams. It doesn't matter how good you are as a roam. It's one of those things that needs to be in your pockets. My Shiranui picked up for the N19. They're like, bro, we are going to make this Agudo work. If it is the last thing we do, my Shiranui's out there. This is the recipe we were looking for. We're gonna force this out there to see if we can find that victory.
I mean, they want him, like, at this point, right? N19 already proven themselves. They are sitting here up against the champion of this entire tournament so far. They just want to make a name for themselves. They want that prize pool, but it's almost more important to make their strat work. I mean, Agudo is a very powerful hero, so they haven't had the chance to take out the Mai. So maybe this game is the game that they come back from.
Honestly, I think it's what they're doing. Like right now, this is the perfect draft. This is exactly what they want. They have the Agudo plus a very tanky front liner in this Lapu pickup, and then you've got the rest of this early game in the Mai Shiranui. So you've got all these boxes checked, and I feel like this is a case of BYL almost being like, all right, we've closed you down when it comes to some of these drafts. Now we're going to beat you on your best day with your best haircut, with your best heroes, wearing your best outfit. So we can we can show you what it's like. Cause like this right now, this is exactly what N19 wants. And I think I want to say this is very close to the first draft they had when we started this evening.
I mean, this is pretty much what they did in the first game, right? When they had the Aguro, they paired up with the Mai. They had the early game. They were able to invade a little bit and let Aguro actually take the momentum of the game into her team's favor. Now, some options still available. They banned out the new one. They don't want to deal with it whatsoever. They don't want to have that late game Ganamo as well. I liked the bans coming out from their side as well. This is actually just the game we've seen in the first game. I would say the heroes are pretty much identical almost for the side of N19. So they understand what works, right? And if something works, you don't want to change it.
Yeah, I was actually getting kind of scared. I'm like, man, it's been a while since I've seen a Garo. But they end up taking up the Baichi anyway for N19. Haino picked up by the side of BYL. And they rounded out with a possible D-Renje pickup for Xing.
Yeah, D-Renje would be a great pairing with the Aguro, just being able to take down the tower so much. So kind of denying that from the side of N19 as well. But I also think that N19 is lacking some late game insurance. So maybe that gives them the opportunity to pick up a better marksman. Now, will they go for something like the Marco Polo again? I personally hope not. I think this time up against a D-Renje, there's better options than that. Some options still available, right? The Aaron is still available. That could be a viable pickup for the side of N19. You can go so many different builds, very flexible, but it does seem like Dr. Bien will be locked in.
Okay. When it comes to Dr. Bien, I like those slow, tankier heroes that really need to hang out in the middle of the fights, and because he can lay down those traps that it's basically you're standing in lava with a lot of his abilities. Unfortunately, there's a lot of mobile heroes here on the side of BYL, and I feel like this is one of those, give me something that's outside of the box. And and they're like, Dr. Bien is one of those outside of the box, but it's like, is it too far outside of the box? Why not Lung? Why not one of the other marksmen that he's been so successful on? But I mean, this is a draft that they like. This is something that they're very comfortable with. So it's all on them whether they're going to be successful here as we move into possibly the last match of the series. Game point for BYL as N19 with their favored draft take on the current NAKA champions.
Yeah, match point indeed for BYL. They are the champion. They have been very dominating throughout this entire tournament, and they have been dominating the first two matches, right? Somewhat unconventional picks out here from N19, but I would say Dr. Bien also provides some healing, right, for his team. A lot of sustain for their side, but you could just build the Venomous and build a lot of the anti-heal. So we'll have to see how it plays out. The Mai kind of looking to poke a little bit. It's very low for a D-Renje, so he might have to retreat down in his tower.
Yeah, this early game, the poke that Pigwin has is just incredible. They're still fighting over this Eagle, and I'm not even sure who got that. It looks like BYL get the last hit there as well. So unfortunate for the side of N19, and now going to go ahead try to help out their jungler up at their buff.
Yeah, helping out the jungler a little bit, and now Rose allowing the Aguro to actually come online and come down towards the bot lane, potentially initiating a team fight, a very quick response coming in from BYL.
Oh, speaking of which, B-tier mid having a little bit of trouble here. This isn't the first time he's had a little bit of trouble with a Charlotte in there. He is going to have to use that flash, but he is not able to get away from that ranged attack. It gets taken down in the early minutes of the game. First blood for BYL, and a great little shot there from G Wishing.
I mean, it seems like B-tier mid has just been consistently paired, like matched up against these really great 1v1 heroes like the Charlotte, like the Ambrosia, and I hope that that early death does not get into its mentals, because you can still do a lot when you participate in a team fight and as the game drags on, right?
The B tier mid has just been having. I think he is tired of seeing these Charlottes on the enemy team. There does have the hooks on there to get a little bit of a pull and reset that minion. Right now, 1 kill for the side of BYL. I'm still waiting to see if we can kind of get this enforcement underneath these towers, especially because Ice is on the Hano, so you're gonna have the Fate rewind. So even if N19 do possibly get a push onto a tower, you potentially have the ability to get that tower back up and reset. Oh, great job there. Big pop up on the 2 members there. 2 members of them are running, and he's running for the heels as B tier mid, but it does look like it's gonna cost Wishing his life as he gets taken down there. B tier mid with the final job there as Pigwin gets taken out.
I'm still a great trade coming in from Wishing, right? He almost, I would say almost escaped. But B tier mid is not going to let that slide. He is going to take him down at what, like, regardless of what he has to do, and successfully he did. Now, looking at the map, a 1k gold lead in favor of BYL, looking very familiar the rest of the game.
Yeah, big pop-up comes up there. They try to interrupt the Lapu ultimate. They do find it. And a great job by BYL. So that didn't turn into like a huge setting potential for N19. But the advantage is still on the side of BYL. 3-1 on the board right now. Just under a 1k gold lead. Oh, now they're going to go ahead and look for an engagement here. Ferd on the other side as well. We can see the great dancing ability here from Wishing here underneath the tower. Is he going to be able to survive? They do take him down 2v1 there, but it is allowing BYL time onto this objective here, looking to take down the Tyrant. Ayaka from the backside here is not going to be able to interrupt that as a BYL claim themselves a Tyrant.
But they should be able to take this tower down, right? So a trade for a tower. I almost feel like the Agudo should have stayed longer to take that tower down with more ease. Right now, it does look like they are successful, a trade in a tower, but still in favor of BYL because they were able to secure that Tyrant.
Yeah, but when you look at it from this here, they're able to get the Tyrant here at the bottom, and now they're kind of enforcing their will in enemy territory right now. Pigwin looking for an opportunity, comes in, finds the big pop-up, looking for it. We do have the Fate rewind come out. BYL 27 comes in, does land onto multiple opponents, and now they have N19 on the run. Every single time, I want to say that was Ice, who just does such a great job of trying to build up that damage on the Hano. Almost got ganked there on the side, but able to use his ultimate to really slam down onto N19. Now we're going to continue here under the tier 2 tower. 27 goes in, takes a little bit of damage, and finds himself an escape.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Hano getting picked out to counter the Agudo in previous week's matches, right? But wasn't very successful when you have an overpowered Agudo just shredding down every tower one after another. But with a game like this, with Agudo putting on the back foot a little bit, not being able to exert the dominance and exert the aggression, that is when the Hano becomes a critical positioning. As long as the Hano is there, the moment that Agudo tries to attack the tower, it will be fought back.
Well, it's not even just that too. You also have the Mai Shiranui. So every single time that they try to get a gank onto the Hano, he's got the leap of faith that he can do to get away so that he's like almost an anti-gank, anti-engage type of mage that you can use to really withstand a lot of these engagements that kind of come in. Big ball of 4 members of BYL just having their run at the enemy territory. N19 really cannot find an angle to attack with here. Ooh, Wishing again with B tier mid, having a little bit of a fight up there between the Clash laners and able to kind of steal a few minions there. 3-2 right now, 21k to 18k in favor of BYL.
Yeah, another tower down. Look at the bot lane where everything is pushed in towards the inhibitor in favor of BYL. The Argudo has not been able to do her job throughout the past 3 games, I would say.
Ooh, a big ultimate coming out there from Shuan, able to hit 2 members of N19. Look at how low they are, having to escape back to their base, and now only high grounds remain except for the top lane. There are already minions up there. Looks like Zawishing gonna go up there to try to close out that tower, possibly. We do have B tier mid looking for an angle to try to come in here for the engagement. Crimson Golem goes over to the side of BYL.
Yeah, right now at this point in the game, we're looking at a 3K goal lead, right? But engagement
Big.
finally a successful team fight for the side of N19, taking down that Charlotte. A sweet revenge for B tier mid.
Yeah, and a great job by Pigwin to come in there on the flank, find the pop-up and the push, allowing his team to kind of come in there, find the kill onto 2 of them. Now, if they want the advantage, this is where they're going to need to make it. Do you go for the objective? Do you go for the push here? Looks like they're kind of second-guessing, kind of hanging around this mid lane, allowing them to get poked out. And now going to go ahead, trying to force some will onto this mid lane, but you still have a Hano on the board, still has that ultimate, so he's going to be able to turn this around if he wants, and not able to make anything out of 2 down on the side of BYL. N19 kind of suffering here.
Yeah, kind of suffering, kind of stalling here, not doing too much. I mean, 5-man rotating together as a team, but there's just that much resources on the camp, and that allows a Tyrant grab for the side of BYL, another objective into their pocket, and 3K gold ahead in favor of BYL.
Yeah, 6.4K there, 6.4K there, forcing on the D-Renje, the marksman, the farm laner for BYL right now, as they're going to go ahead and put the pressure onto these high ground towers. We do have the Unbridled Outburst that does a strike onto the backside of the lane. Looks like N19 are going to go ahead, press their advantage forward, looking to put on some damage if they can, but quickly BYL retreat back into the forest, looking to kind of kite back N19.
Yeah, but at this point, right, it's the entire jungle is open for grabs for the side of BYL. They are at a gold advantage. They are at a map advantage. And right now, again, despite having the draft that they wanted, the results are not what they expected.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate right now because, like I said, you're getting beat with some of your best heroes on your best day, and it does show like the little things that you need to be done. They're gonna go ahead, latch on, big pop-up lands with the hooks. Xing uses his flash to try to get away, and they're gonna get flanked now, lured into that fight. Are they actually gonna be able to find Xing? Who gets away is now kiting down. Objective in there as D-Renje finds a kill onto Ayaka. 3 down for N19. What a great play by BYL. Xing doing a great job of taking damage, drawing out N19 into his jungle while BYL came in for the flank. This is just frustrating, and I can understand it from N19.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about like how the team needs to focus on one target, right? But when you can't shut that down, you don't watch your positioning, the back line, your damage dealers can't be the target.
Yeah, and right now they're going to go ahead and press that advantage onto the N19 core, looking to finish the job here on the 3rd week of their domination. BYL continue on, rotating that damage from the core. Big pop up there coming from the Hano pickup. Ice doing a good job of juggling the aggro coming in from the tower. Now, minions coming from the bottom and the mid. BYL successful in their 3rd week of domination here at the NAKA tournament, reign supreme in a clean sweep over N19.
Congratulations to BYL. They have secured their spot as the champion every week so far in the arena stage. They are the best team we've seen in this tournament. They have proven their name. What a decisive victory, and a congratulations to a clean sweep to BYL.
Yeah, BYL, I mean, man, they're showing their dominance here and why they are at the top of the NAKA arena right now. A great and clean game. And I want to say that this kind of shows the depth of the heroes in Honor of Kings. For every great combination, for every great composition that is out there, there is always a counter that can come out. No, it doesn't matter how strong you think, there is nothing that is off the table. You're never going to find that ultimate, this is going to work every single time. And that's just how deep and how useful and how flexible some of these different heroes are. Having somebody like Ice on a Heino pickup when there's an Agudo on the team, because Heino can reset towers. So as fast as you could take them down, if Agudo was even successful with his plan to take down some of these towers, Ice would have been right there to reset them. And then even with some of the ganks that were coming out from Pigwin on that Mai Shiranui, he was even able to be successful. He was getting those flanks. He was getting in those great positions. But Ice was doing such a great job of being able to use his abilities to get away from those ganks. There's, like I said, there's always a counter, and it's always interesting to see, especially when those hero pools just get deeper and deeper and deeper. And BYL really showing how deep some of those hero pools are.
Yeah, and that is what they brought to us today. Once again, they are the king of the hill. They are the king of the arena. BYL takes the crown, redeem and secure their spot as the #1 team for this tournament so far. Big win in their pocket. I mean, we have been putting Agudo on a podium and saying that it's just a OP pick, but we realize now today that it's the players that make the hero OP.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. A lot of people have been putting that Agudo on that pedestal, but there are counters out there. And I want to say these games, these last two series have really shown those counters for what they're worth. And no matter how successful you think you're going to be, there's always that counter that can kind of come out there. BYL doing such a great job, really putting the fervor behind that what is that, a wolf chicken that's in their their logo there. So a great job. They've been so dominant here thus far.
Yeah, they clearly made a name for themselves in this first community tournament, the NAKA Season 1. That will be actually a wrap of our arena stage. 3 weeks of arena stage, and still BYL reigns supreme as the champion. All 3 weeks secure themselves $3,000 and a heck amount of diamonds, a heck amount of tokens. So that's a lot in their pocket. I mean, they deserve it clearly. In the previous 2 weeks, we've seen the games go into the distance when it comes to BYL, but this time around, they really gave us a clean sweep and a decisive victory.
We have seen a lot of growth through a lot of these other teams too, trying to get up there. N19, Flash Smilodin, Stamina Esports as well. A lot of teams. It's been very flexible up here at the top of the North America Kings Arena, but BYL have just been that standard, that very stalwart, always at the top position, and have been pretty much unwavering thus far. But like you said, this will end the first stage, the arena stage, and we will have the playoffs to see if BYL can continue their winning ways. But I mean, I have no reason to believe they aren't because of how dominant they have been. It's another opportunity for you guys to go ahead, join our Discord. You can find it in the description below this broadcast for all information for the North American Kings Arena, including who will be going to the playoffs if you guys want to get all that information and more about North America.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like an interview is ready with 27 from BYL. Welcome.
All
right, 27, welcome to the broadcast. And first of all, congratulations on a very dominant victory here.
Yeah. Yeah, hello.
Hello? 27, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. All right. This is Private Dancer and Liz. Thank you so much for the interview. First of all, congratulations on a very dominant victory here tonight against N19.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all you need to say. I mean, you guys have been so dominating throughout this entire tournament, and today you got to play up against N19. How do you feel playing up against N19 compared to some of these other teams that you've been playing against, like DJB Club?
Oh, for DJB, I think they have a deeper hero pool, and also they don't have a weak point. But for me, I think like competing with N19 is easier.
Yeah, and can you, for us viewers out there, when you were playing against N19, what are some advice you have for them? What are some weak points that you were able to quickly identify and capitalize on?
Oh, so for the crush line, I think they don't have like they don't keep it like they have like different ideas in one time, so make them not like teaming well.
So you think that the clash lane was the opening that you guys found?
Yeah.
B-Termit definitely not having a great game. What do you think was the pitfall for him, the clash laner?
What? Sorry, can you say again?
What do you think he was? What mistakes do you think the clash laner was making?
Oh, just I think it's on the communicating with his teammate, because he looks like he don't have the he have different idea from his team.
He would push forward when his team wasn't coming, or like he would really kind of press you, your team, your clash laner, when he didn't have the advantage, or would like get taken out on accident. So I understand that too, like the communication to know when his team is coming to be able to help him out with a lot of those fights. I have a question that's kind of random here. I would like to know the story. Do we have a story behind this this rooster wolf logo? What is this?
So this is it's really hard to say, but this is a wolf and a chicken, they combine.
Why did you guys make this?
It's a pretty long story. It just like I don't know how to say in short.
Okay.
Who came up with it? Which player came up with this idea?
Oh, it's Xuan.
So the
Wow,
mystery
Xuan has
of the mystery of the rooster wolf will stay forever ingrained.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out, and if we get to speak with you guys once again in the playoff stage, right? And another thing that I wanted to get your mind on is, lastly, like, you guys were very successful on the Agudo, but unfortunately for the games that you played up against N19, they were not able to utilize the Agudo well. What do you think is the key thing that you guys did to not allow Agudo to be aggressive in the early game?
So just attacking the buff, and attacking like the red buff and blue buff, so he can't, because he is the hero is not really good at defending stuff like that. And then also and also on our BP we make a lot of like heroes that can like just going straight on its face, so he don't have a good survival environment.
That's very smart. I mean, you guys had a lot of dive comps, and that's how you win against Nagudo. Thank you so much for joining us, 27. You guys made a name for yourself clearly with that rooster and chicken as well. So best of luck. You guys will most likely make it into the playoffs. So incredible game coming from your team. Thank you so much for your amazing performance and for joining us in this interview.
Oh, thank you.
Great interview there from 27 there, and the mystery of that fox chicken rooster thing will stay for the rest of the playoffs. But I like that they were kind of it does seem like we were kind of on the money when it came to where they were kind of poking and prodding to really find an opening in that clash lane. So with that said, and with this victory for BYL, let's take a look at the standings here, Liz.
Yeah, right now, sitting at number 1 is BYL. They are indeed the champion that's reigning supreme. N19 at the number 2 seeding with this week. They had a great performance, and this is the first time they made it so far, so big win on their books no matter what. DJB Club is sitting there at number 3. They were actually defeated by N19. They've done so well throughout this tournament, so this week they can come back stronger, right? Midnight Thieves sitting at number 4 because unfortunately Flash Final wasn't able to make it yesterday. So a familiar name that we see in the top spot right now sitting at number 5, and then is Fire Legion Esports, Semina Esports, who's right now in Asia, and Trolls Inc., who has been trolling a lot throughout this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. But to show you once again what all of these teams are fighting for, the first 3 weeks, week 1, 2, and 3, which we are putting a wrap on now, a total of 3,000 USD and 30,000 tokens. You can see there every week, every team has had an equal amount of time or an equal opportunity to get to the top of this mountain to win that $1,000 as well. We end the arena phase of this, and we will be moving on to the playoffs, where we have another prize pool coming up for that as well, where it will be separated into first place getting $2,000 and 12,500 tokens, and the rest of the prize pool distributed as you see on your screen. So the winning ways are not over just yet for the NAKA tournament. There is a whole nother stage that these teams need to be prepared for.
Yeah, this stage will be, if not the most important stage for glory and acclaim, right? So based on the overall performance of the arena stage and your ratings, 4 top teams will be invited into the playoffs. And make sure you join us on our Discord, because the playoff list will be announced via Discord, so find the link in the description and make sure to join our Discord and join the community. Now, the playoff will happen next week, and the grand final as well. The playoff will be in double elimination with all matches best out of 5 except for the grand final. So very exciting tournament happening next week. Make sure you guys still tune in to our tournament, support the community as well. Now, Private, it's been amazing casting with you through the arena stage, and we are ready for the ultimate showdown for the playoffs. Any last thought you have for the viewers?
Well, just want to kind of throw this back out there. Stamina Esports will be continuing to play this week in the KML on the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. The 13th and 14th matches will be streamed live on the Honor of Kings channel, so you can check them out there. For the NAKA tournament, you guys can join us in our Discord in the description below as well for all the news NAKA concerned, and that concerns North America. You can also find out who makes it into the playoffs as well. It's been an honor streaming. You guys make sure to go ahead, tell your friends, give us a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe, whatever you can to let them know and help keep North America growing with HoK.
Yeah, at the same time, make sure you do support Semna Esports. Watch some KML. Watch how they perform up against some of these Asian giants and some of these other giants that are in the international stage. Make sure to support them as well. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys got some skins today, and make sure to tune in for grand finals because there more rewards are coming your way. So thank you guys for joining us today. We'll see you next week.